Come to you from the start of the second period, Freilich versus Cuomo. 8-5 lead for Cuomo. I'm not really sure what happened because I was dealing with technical issues as usual. Now it's 9-5 Cuomo and while I was talking, but I'm here. Have some ice cream. Cuomo is being very athletic. Fast being his usual stage self. The good 6-8 to get the 6 himself. You do technically have to start in the middle of the strip, but it doesn't really matter for epee. As you can see, the first step both of them take is sideways. Freilich going for short shots to the arm. Cuomo dancing around trying to confuse the distance. Freilich does one too many wrist attempts and Cuomo does a duck and counter. Cuomo very active on his feet. Freilich much less so, but playing with the distance with his arm, where he's going in and out with his arm, full extension, bring it back. Cuomo catching Freilich flat-footed there. And so Freilich has no choice but to parry, and Cuomo feasts on that. Still, 6-11, 5 touches is a big lead, but not insurmountable. 6 touches is a little bit bigger of an issue. Cuomo bouncing around like a Mexican jumping bean Freilich isn't quite able to keep up with him, it seems like. Got to put a lot more athleticism into it. Speeds up a little bit there. Cuomo wasn't quite expecting it. Freilich takes 8, scores. All he has to do is that 5 more times. But 12 is a lot better than that 13. Cuomo has calmed down a little bit since Freilich punished him for the last touch. I think that's going to be playing to Freilich's hand as the double. But we'll see. It's a high energy game, and it's hard to keep going for the full 9 minutes. Freilich much less set in his feet, a little bouncier, a little more back and forth. Needed to do this a while ago, but better late than never. Oh, good counter flush from Cuomo. Step back to the very edge of the back line. Freilich comes forward. Cuomo surprises him and just blasts out of nowhere. And there's the 15th from a double. 15-9 for... I think we want to trash... Well, that one came over pretty quick. Let's see what else we got going on. you are in the chat and you have something you want to see, let me know. We'll go right there. Not even sure who's watching though. They're nothing. Let's go watch Heinzer hopefully beat up on the fake Russian. Anokin is in the 32 right now because he was supposed to fence Igor Ryzlin in the 64, and Ryzlin declined to fence him because even though it says AIN, Anokin is a Russian athlete, and Russia has invaded Ukraine trying to stabilize the Western world. See what Heinzer can do to take care of that. Heinzer with that very classic high on guard. Doesn't quite get the counter that time. Anokin gets the remise. Oh, good one from Heinzer. Not sure what Anokin was looking for there. Comes in with the flesh, then pulls his arm back, knowing he was messed up, and then I think I was hoping Heinzer would over counterattack and you could get the parry, but really just easy money for Heinzer. Thing about Heinzer that when he's got hello Saskamrov, was there a Russian competing under South Africa? There was not, and you are right. Awkward. Let's see. There we go. Now it's the right screen. And now we've lost everything. Good grief. There we go. There was not, as far as I'm aware, a Russian competing under South Africa in this competition. All the few Russian athletes that were allowed in the competition are competing under AIN. The Russians we know of that have escaped Russia, Bida, Krapina, Lukhanov, are in the US and not fencing in this competition. Anyway, Heinzer, when he's got his arm up like that, will walk around the blade a lot, but he's not really looking for a parry. He's actually looking for a counterattack. He wants you to search for the blade there, or to try to go to the body, and then it's phenomenal point control will get the touch. When he's got arm down and back like this, that's when he's looking for a parry. And then the rest of his game is distance control, which is phenomenal and not to be, got a little bit eager there. Trying to bully down Anokin. Why is my chat not showing the last message? There we go. So many problems. Cannot. There we go. Hopefully that's the last of it. There we go. Don't know, that was a really nice foot touch. I'm honestly not live. Not we're live. Nah, still trying to figure out the shimmy and not paying attention to the actual fencing. But I think we've got to figure it out for sure now. Final last one. As we come to the end of the second period, end of the second break, beginning of the third period. The struggle is real. It is. It's the first time you've tuned in, so you bring all the bad luck. Yeah, you bring all the bad luck that you spend on that you normally have for fantasy, and you bring it here, and I don't appreciate it. It's also my first weekday stream, so you know. Oh, good counter from Heinzer. Exactly what he's looking for when he's got his arm up like that. Noka knows. I'm sure these two have fenced many times before. Max in a neutral on guard now. Not sure what that means, except that he looks like he's in kill mode. But Nochen finds the timing, flushes in. Hanser kind of panic counterattacks, doesn't get it through. 13-8. Hanser's got to make something happen here. Too easy to get a random double when your opponent's at 14. You have forgotten fantasy. That's unfortunate to hear. Oh. Hands are hoping for a deep, I guess that's technically a 6, but like a sideways 6. Nochen takes an equally deep 4. 8-14. Hanser's now in go mode. Now he's out of go mode. Nochen does another slow run forward. Hanser goes too far back. He's scared of getting hit. So Nochen is out safe. This is what I'm talking about. At 12, you can get that hit. And Nochen does another twisty 4 to get it out. Well, unfortunate, but what you going to do? Where are we in the table? We are at the T32, I believe. Oh, I want. As always, if you have specific bouts you want to see, put them in the chat. We'll go watch them. Otherwise, I'm going to pop through the table, see if there's anything interesting going on right now. I have a funny feeling we're back to women's foil, which is equally worth watching, although I have less to say about it. But still better than David King. I should not make fun of him on camera. Bayard Kanon, that's a pretty good one. Kano Matsumoto. Minobu Sapari, probably might be it. Jernote Kinyon. Tuning in from your phone, so it's hard for you to go dig searchable info. Well, good thing is you don't have to. You can sit back and enjoy it. I appreciate what you do, but not at all expected. Empty strip. Empty strip. And double over. All right. All right, chat. Real quick, which is the two of you. Kano Matsumoto. No, we don't want to watch Kano Matsumoto. Bayard and Kanon or Minobe and Sapari. Kano. Fortunately, Kano, I don't feel like watching Kano. So I don't know who the other guy is. I'm getting buffering issues. Minobe and Sap. Alright. Well, we missed first minute, but that's fine. 1-1. Tristan Zupari, hotshot up and coming new fencer from the States. I believe he has won 1 point last season, both the junior and the senior event at ANAC, which is phenomenal. Minobu Kazuyasu, of course, classic French grip lefty. Hopefully the buffering should go away now that I'm not opening 10 different chats. Although I say that and everything seems to be all messed up. But we'll persevere because I don't know what else I can do about it. Ah, there we go. Yeah, the streams I'm not watching, but I close the streams I'm not watching entirely. So hopefully, shortly, it should resolve itself. Zupari goes for the foot, overcommits. Minobu punishes. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. I'm closing widgets. I'm closing everything. I don't... The fundamental problem is I only have 8 gigabytes of RAM in this computer, and I definitely need more to stream on an external monitor. See if there's something I can do. Well, I upped my encoding settings. Hopefully that'll do it. If not, we'll chalk it up to technical issues like we always do. Looks okay from what I can see. I have it in the control room and it looks alright. Alright, end of the first, tied 2-2. Nice foot touch we saw from Zupari. A nice, a counter from Zupari to get his second. Foot touch punishment from Minobe to get his second. And more not watching the fencing. And I think the last time we had so little RAM was over a decade ago. Yeah, well, I've had 8 gigabytes for about a decade. I still have a note on my control room that says it's not maintaining enough video, but I think it's got to be like very borderline, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Another 8 gig in the other slide is exactly what is on my list of things to buy shortly, just in time to have the off season and not stream anything. Computer's at least 3 or 4 years old, so it should be able to take, whatever RAM fits in it. Should be relatively cheap now. Oh, and a wonderful foot shot from Minobe. The party's still just a little too big with his actions. And Minobi is so precise, just ripping him to shreds on it for 2 touches. But now you have to get into Minobi, and as Leland Gaiman says, he's just sitting there waiting for you to hit him, and then he's not there, and then he hits you. Precision French gripper on top of being incredibly athletic. The party with the very far out on guard has to respond very early to Minobi's pressure, and Minobi punishes him for it, for his 4th touch. He's going all the way out there for that B2. I'm not sure what he's hoping to do afterwards. But when your arm is that far extended, it's very hard to do anything afterwards, because if you want to hit, you have to use your feet. That's slow. If you want to parry, you got to pull your arm back. That's slow. And if your opponent disengages, you can't counterattack because your arm is going backwards. But Zahari a much better fencer than I am. As he gets another one of his own back. It's a shame they don't use the old Japan mask with the 2 stripes. Yeah, it is a shame. That was an actual cool design and not just colored the whole thing red. It's very basic. And I wish the fencing is already so minimalist in its design with the all-white uniforms. I wish they put more thought into the few logos they get. Like the U.S. mask design, great. Union Jack, great. The USA on the legs, very boring. Honestly, I'm sure Minobi has one of those masks, several of those masks flying around with the 2 stripes. Should wear one just for kicks and giggles. Minobi gets bored of waiting, just goes and takes it. Because the party's can't really threaten anything from there. So Minobi just goes and gets it himself. That's why I love countries like Ireland and Thailand. I actually met an Irish guy in Budapest, but I never got a chance. I don't remember what his patch looked like. And I don't have any idea what Thai patch looks like either, but I'm sure they're cool. Minobe going low, Tristan going for the back flick. A little bit overcommit from Minobe. I think a little counterattack would have gotten him a single, but the 2-point lead and you're a guy like Minobe, it doesn't really matter. That's not what I wanted at all. One-minute break. I don't have Ethernet connected and I'm not sure why. Nope, still won't let me connect the Ethernet. Oh, well. It's not one thing, it's another. Always, always. Alright, third period, 7-5 Minobe. No cards, no warnings. The card's got to figure something out. Yeah, he's got a couple of. Oh, we have excellent connection now, and we are on Ethernet. I did nothing. I don't know how that happened, but good to see. We're a little uncomfortable. Gotta love the left versus left matchup. The fences always look a little uncomfortable. You get used to it, but it's always like a little bit different, and you have to a little bit account for it. The party's got to figure something out here. I'm not sure he can. He's gotten a few touches, but it's never been something like really set up. It's always been very opportunistic, so it's very not repeatable. Minobe gets another one, 10-6. The party's starting to panic. That was too fast. Also, Nighthai, welcome. Sorry, did not notice the new name. And the wrist pick from Minobe, 11-6, and the wheels have come off the Tapari train. Still, he's like 17. So 32 in world when you're 17. Phenomenal start. Double for Minobe, because that's how that works out. Yep. Sapar is fishing for the blade with his arm out. That was what Fence Nigo talks about as a two-tempo action. He's jumping in, beating, and trying to go. Minobe gets around it really easily. Sapar is already committed to the second action, so he can't do anything. Minobe gets the touch on Sapar, pulling his arm back. Sapari gets one of his own, but it's way too late. Minobe gets his 15th and about. We can probably. Oh no, 157 probably not. Those are cool patches. Saskamrov has sent me the Irish and the Thai patches. I love the little swirly designs, really making use of the space. Arigo Tibu. We are definitely watching this one. Maybe it's Arago. See if there's anything else going on. Just pick one at random, but we're probably going to go back in time for the stream we already have open. Bayard Canon, 9-8. Perfect. Duck and counter from Bayard. 10-9. Minute and a half left. Two phenomenal French grippers. Very athletic. Very aggressive. Very active. I say as they both take two retreats off the line. So much distance opening and closing from both of them. They're not willing to... Oh, wow. Bayard goes from out of distance, but while Kanona is ducked, which means the distance was so close to being right. Kanona incredibly athletic, getting out of there and pulling out a double. Open, open, close, push. Push, push. Kanan opening the distance. Gets one of his own with that classic ducking counter. Oh my gosh, and Condone gets another counter. Another ducking counter. Bayard has slowed down, and now with a minute left, Kanon has not only equalized but taken the lead. Bayard taking a moment to contemplate his life choices. Gets right back into it though. Charging up, refocus, reset. Kanon in control of the distance now. Wow! Flush to the wrist before Bayard can get the parry, and that was phenomenal. And from sitting pretty, Bayard at 9-8, Bayard is suddenly struggling. What's he gonna do? Sort of handcuffed now. He can't afford to waste the time that going back and forth like he was doing before will take. Oh! That's a rough one. Is he gonna card for it? You probably have to, but honestly, that's at least half Bayard's fault. He didn't get knocked over. He jumped right as Kanon hit him. And that's why he fell. I love ice cream. Ben & Jerry's. Way to go. 30 seconds left. 2 points. Bayard's got to push. 26 seconds left. 2 points. Give yourself 10 seconds a point, but you cannot get hit. Kanon's not content to sit there and wait for it. He's going to push himself. On the way he knows how to go. Bayard's got to score about now if he wants time for another one. Kanon went off the back of the strip there. So he's lucky that Bayard went off the side first. I'm not sure if you realized how far back he was. Nothing done. Much too late. Just as well as a double anyway. And double for Kanon to finish it off. 15-13. Good. Presumably a good bout. We only caught the tail end of it, but that was a rollicking tail end of it, wasn't it? Where are we here? Still nothing. Gourmet off coaching Kanon. What do we got here? I believe that they started with épée, which is what we're going to focus on. That they started with foil, I mean. So we're going to skip past the first foil. Or there just isn't any épée for the first while. Oh, here we go. Diveroli Voslevsky. This is the Russian we're talking about who moved to South Africa. I don't know what his story is. I'm not willing to say anything about it without knowing. Diveroli, quality Italian fencer. Losevsky, I have no idea who he is. Diveroli being relatively calm. The Italians can get very wild with their bleed work and their footwork and their body language while they fence. Diveroli very calm, very forward on his front leg. Weight forward on his front leg. Losevsky punishing it with a low line shot while Diveroli is trying to go backwards, which is what you're supposed to do there. Losevsky, for his part, in a very wide, tense stance. And as he tries to go low again, Diveroli sees it coming and picks him off on the wrist on the way down. Nope. But always technical issues. Lobosevsky's still trying for that low line shot. Diveroli getting away this time. And running away again as Diveroli's game seems to be slow pressure forward, followed by big releases out. Waiting for Lobosevsky to overcommit, looking for that big release out, probably. And Lobosevsky probably waiting for the pressure forward to be an overcommit on his own. But Diveroli pulls the trigger first, gets his second touch. Wow. Sergei Lobosevsky, 40 years old. He previously represented the Russian, I'm reading from his Wikipedia page, from his FIE page. He previously represented the Russian Federation as he equalizes there before switching to compete for South Africa. But June 2022, or maybe originally sourced 2016. So if he's competed for South Africa, it's been a while. I think. I don't know beyond that. It would be very strange if it was recent. I think we would have heard more about it. But Russians who left even before the war happened, I'm not worried about them participating and think that's totally fine. Another awkward flush from Diveroli. Finding the time, not quite having his feet under him, but the time was the most important thing, so he gets the touch. 18 seconds left in the first. 3-2 Diveroli. Low scoring bout, not a lot going on. A lot of really precise footwork, just waiting for the right thing to happen. Slow push forward from Diveroli. Slow retreat backwards from Lobosevsky. Another first. All right, what can defenders do different? Let's think. Hard to say, because neither one has made any major mistakes. It's 3-2, but it could have easily gone the other way. Maybe Lobosevsky needs to be a little bit more aware of how close Diveroli is getting. In preparation for that flush. I don't even know what Diveroli can do. He's got to keep his game plan going. He doesn't need to make any changes. Fun bout, all in all. Let's see. I'm almost done with my ice cream. It's pretty melted. Okay, Lobosevsky has come out and is no longer willing to let Diveroli pressure him, and he tries to push back. But that's the second half of Diveroli's game plan, is that hard release, hoping that Lobosevsky will attack into it, which is exactly what happened for Diveroli's fourth touch. And now Lobosevsky's back to being a little bit more patient. Maybe just a skill check on his part. Strong attack, strong release from Diveroli. It's an interesting tactic. because frequently, if you go back that far, you just lose your opportunity to counterattack. So presumably Diveroli here has a read on his opponent that he loves those long, long attacks. And to be fair, Diveroli's gotten at least a point or two off of them, which is a lot when there's only 4 points. Another good hopping flush from Diveroli. 5-2. Losevski's got to find the balancer between hard chasing and being too passive. And I think he's found it. He's almost found it. Or maybe not. But at 5-2, he can't play the game he could play at 0-0. When he doesn't overcommit like that, Diveroli goes far back and then resets and keeps pushing. And if Losevski doesn't push back, Diveroli pulls that flush out. So, not sure what the solution here is going to be for him, except don't be in this situation. I think you just got to take the 40 seconds, 50 seconds it takes to get the release from Diveroli, push him back, reset, push him back until he's pinned to the back line. And then at least you're not, you can't do that, you can't run away like that without going off the back of the ship. I think that's what Losevski has to do, something like that, and then trigger it again. Oh, he didn't get it that time. I'm so surprised that he missed the counter. But the idea is there. I think Losevski realized that Diveroli is not willing to be pushed as hard now. Or maybe he just saw the opportunity and took it. Hard to say with Diveroli. Another release and slow push again. Losevski light pressure, but not a lot. Push, push. Big jump back from Diveroli. Push, push. Big jump back from Diveroli. Losevski checking the time. Got to get. So you just let Diveroli take up all that space. Then he got all that space with the jump and just gave it all back as Diveroli pushes. He's not building anything there. Gets Diveroli to flush out a distance, expects it, gets his arm out for the counter. I think Losevski can get another one before the end of the period. Not like that, though. Yeah. Walking forward, hoping for something. Not going to happen twice. Diveroli gets his none. At 40 years old, Losevski's doing pretty good for himself. I'm making 64 at World Cups when I'm 40. He really pushes end of the second. What do we got? I mean, we know what Losevski has to do, and I think he knows too. Is having a lot of trouble with it. If you're in the chat, I'd like to remind you I have a Discord. You should join. Link in the description. Hopefully it still works, I think. It'd be very awkward if it doesn't. Good long pushback from Losevski starting from his warning line. Let's see how far back you can get Diveroli now. Diveroli releasing on his own. Maybe to avoid exactly that. There isn't a lot else Losevski can do. Except get... And so Diveroli is playing very safe. What kind of ice cream did I have? I still have it. I'm almost done. I don't know if you can read Hebrew, but it's Reese's flavored ice cream with Reese's chunks in it. It's my favorite by a wide margin. Peanut butter and chocolate is one of the best flavors in the world. Right up there with honey turmeric. Which if you haven't cooked with honey turmeric, turmeric will stain everything, but it's so worth it. Got Diveroli back to the warning strip for the first time. But he doesn't have a lot of time left to work with. It's taken him over a minute already. Which I think means they should be calling non-combativity. Diveroli now more or less pinned out. Sevsky tries to get him to go, and Diveroli says no thank you. The idea is there, though. You can see, I mean, I can see, I don't know if you can see, I can see what he's trying to do. But I think Diveroli knows it too, and it's just so hard to do. Incredibly good, patient fencing from Diveroli. He's not willing to overcommit until he got his opportunity. See, now he's pinned. So now what's Lesevsky going to do? Immediately push, get parried, get preemed. He's getting there. You can see he's getting closer and closer to getting an action he can do. And he's tired. He's tired. I don't blame him. Lesevsky looked fine. Clearly a medical break. Here he is. I wonder if he's just overheating. I'm tempted to say needs an inhaler, not in an insulting way, just in a probably really out of breath kind of a way. There we go. Now he's got him pinned. There we go. Now he's got a touch. Knows what he needs. Finally gets it, but with 49 seconds left and 6 points. And a long ship to push back. I don't think he's going to get it. Expecting a lot of doubles from Diveroli now. I will say when the bout started, and even now, Lesevsky is not fencing like a 40-year-old. He's fencing like a 25-year-old. So, mad props to him. However the bout ends out. Diveroli gets another one. I'd be gassed by this point. That stuff's hard. They reminded all you kids out there, hit the gym. Diveroli 14-5 sticking his arm out. Nope. Fought to the end. Never gave up. He's gassed though. He's done. Shoutouts to him, man. What an accomplishment. 40 years old, still making the 64. Incredible. This is the first period. How are we 12-9? And don't skip cardio day. Yeah, don't skip cardio day. I scraped my pinky toe. And now I can barely run. Because every time it rubs against my shoe and it hurts. So I skipped cardio day this week. Alright, this is foil. If you don't know foil, the ladies are wearing silver vests, and if you hit them on the vest, the colored light goes off, and if you hit them off the vest, the white light goes off, and there's right of way, which is where the fencer with initiative gets the touch if both lights go off. It's very much about getting close to your opponent. And once you're close to your opponent, you go for a weird angle to hit them. But it's so hard to get close to their opponent because if they find your blade, that's a parry. It's not recovery from injury, honestly. It's a scrape. It's literally just a scratch. It just hurts because it's a scratch on my toe. I'm fully capable of promotion as a full lunge from Tibu. But unfortunately, Arigo had already established the attack. She wants it to be attack and prep. Tight call, but I think Arigo got the finish out first. That doesn't go there. Arigo coming forward. A lot more giving up on the attack you see in foil than you do in saber. Where, for example, oh, that's a tight call. Oh, we got some bad blood as Tio screams right at Arigo's face. That was probably Arigo. Finish the attack from Arigo. Tibu almost finding the time for these counters, but Arigo is very, very good. I believe Arigo was the one who tried to qualify in both foil and saber last Olympics. Which is, she came really, really close, and that's absolutely insane. Yeah, still Arigo's attack. She starts moving before Tibu. Like that, very fast off the line. We were all rooting hard for her. It would have been so cool. She was good too. She was a good saber. I believe that was a counter from Arigo, but Tibu couldn't get the light on in time. Those of you who turn in, see Woman's Foil, and tune back out again, we're probably not going to watch a lot of this just because I don't know much about it, and I know my audience is mostly epee. But these are two absolute titans of the sport. So it's worth watching. Ibu tries for a low line attack, doesn't quite get it. Rodrigo starts her attack, doesn't like her distance, gives up on it. Tibu tries and tries and tries again and just can't get the light on it. Erigo gets the counter out. Surprising halt. Unless you saw core record that I didn't. It's probably race in the background you can hear. Rodrigo tries to score. The classic foil back and forth when you first miss, when you second miss. Now you're super close and you're both super close trying to find just any kind of an angle you can get to land a touch. There's the timing. Big jump forward from Rodrigo. Tibu does not go backwards, surprising her, and she stops just long enough for Tibu to get the counter lunge in. Counter lunge. To get the counterattack lunge in. That's a very tight one. Both go, both stop, both go. But I don't know. I know foil roughing, but not well enough to separate that one. Oh, parry to post from Tibu, letting Rodrigo get a little bit too close with her blade out. And there we go. There's the counter. Really great blocking counter from Tibu. Rodrigo came in high line. Tibu came in with her blade in 6 going forward. And Rodrigo crashed against a 6 and got her point knocked off target while Tibu finished straight. Oh! Tibu misses. Rodrigo tries for a preem and misses, and then the remise gets in, I think. Another one of those classic foil infighting actions. Parry, parry, parry. Rodrigo gets a final light on, though. Really good comeback from Tibu to equalize. But Ariana Rodrigo is not going down without a fight. As we get a tactical shutai. Now she really has found the timing on that counter. I think that's got to be her game plan, which is strange because normally in foil you want to have right of way, but I'm not an expert foilist by any means, and so I don't know about that one. I thought Tibu came in much more aggressively. But maybe Tibu doesn't trust that she'll be able to consistently. That's a very fast video review. That's not even enough time to see the whole action. Maybe he didn't even look. The guy's saying we have video. It's like I have it. I don't know. Maybe Tibu thinks she can't reliably get right of way off go against Erigo, and so she's trying for this counter strategy. Yeah, that time you could see Erigo go first and then stop, and then Tibu goes right when Erigo stops, and so that's attack no. He did just eyeball it for half a second. It was insane. If I was Tibu, I would be complaining more. If I was Race, I would be block carded. Can't believe he let that go. Good counter from Erigo. Oh, speed from Tibu to get into Arago's zone and over the parry. Phenomenal. 8-8 tied up. Oh, I thought that was the opposite call too. I thought it was exactly the same as all the other ones where Arago goes first. He's been calling that as Arago to go first. Tibu gets caught in her stance. Can't get back in time. Arago parry goes. This is a very loud venue. And no mistake. Oh! First one misses, second one misses. Tibu can't get a point on for the third one. And Arago gets another close one. Wow! Great touch from Arago. Tibu thinks it's going to be a short counter. Arago goes deep. Tibu misjudges the distance. And another single. A lot of spectators for the 32. This is a really good. I should have gone. I should have gone to Milan. That would have been fun. I couldn't afford it. I should have gone. 12-9. Arago says I don't need the ref to win. 13-9. It's got changed a lot all of a sudden. Oh, that's not what I want to do. 14. Tibu cannot buy a light. This is insane. Tibu is probably number 2 or 3 in the world, and Arago is no slouch, but you don't expect this kind of a one-sided end. Tibu did it to equalize at 5. Maybe she can do it again to equalize at 14. I could have kicked the official commentator out and taken over his role. 15-10, Arago. All single lights. That's really impressive. I thought about doing that at Budapest, but it wasn't worth it. I believe this is more foil. Because I don't recognize either of these names. Yeah, that's more foil. Let's go watch Bayard and Kanun while we wait for foil to finish. And my internet to load. Oh, this is another good bout. Maya Wanchild, up-and-coming young American. Sarah Azuma from Japan. Azuma. Too far back. That's hands around looking. Oh, here we go. Oof. There we go. Alexei Bayard on the left from Sweden, but I think he speaks French. So they do in some parts of Sweden. Romain Connon, Olympic champion, of course, on the right. Both of these fences are with heavily customized French grips, which we found out thanks to Sam Gallagher-Pelletier of GP Fencing. Go check out his YouTube channel and Discord. He's doing a series where he goes around with French grips and asks them what they think about French gripping and what kind of grip they have and all that stuff. Alright, equipment malfunction. Technical issues on my side. Kind of doing his usual back and forth self. We saw the tail end of this spot before, so really good duck from Bayard. Kanon flushing right to the shoulder, and Bayard says, I'm going to move my shoulder. Both of these fences working off big distance changes to hide little distance changes. You go back, you go forward, you go back, you go forward. But every time you go forward, you end at a slightly different location. It makes it very hard for your opponent to see where you are and to judge where you are. Kanon overcommitting there on Bayard's false step forward. Easy flush from Bayard while Kanon's still low. Kanon pushing, Bayard parrying. Fortunately, that's only one touch. What I believe that 6 action from... Oh, wow, that was a really good touch from Bayard. What I believe that 6 action is doing is limiting Kanon's timing. Every time he preps, Bayard takes 6 to close that line at that time. And so Kanon either has to go before or go after. And if he goes after, well, that's when Bayard can counter and get out. If he goes before, he's overcommitted and Bayard's ready for his own counter. So now Kanon has to get closer without overcommitting and without undercommitting. That was a good way to do it, but he missed. Kanon thinks Bayard was off the strip before he hit, which would make the double annulled and a single for Kanon. They should do is put extra cameras at the edges of the strip so you get a square angle on it. But I suppose that's too much to ask for. Kanon trying, I think, to get around that 6 by going low. But Bayard is ready for it and punishes him every time when he's low and he can't use his feet. Ooh. Bayard almost not pummeling at all. How long does it take me to make the every touch videos? So I have a program that does most of the hard work for it. And that takes about a day to run for maybe 12 hours for 4 strips, a full 24 for an 8 strip video. Beyond that, it could be anything from do it immediately because it's a standard stream to lots of time spending cutting out the videos, finding the alignment for the new overlay, figuring out various codec and video setting incompatibilities. Not too long. World Championships are annoying because they run multiple events on the same day. So I have to go through the video and cut out like the women's foil and the men's epee and put those in separate videos. But once I do that, it's not too bad. And it runs on my computer. And another flush in from Bayard at just the right time. I think that surprised Kanan as much as it did me. Now I just have it running in the background of my computer while I do other stuff with it. It's not too bad. I had to stop it for streaming, of course. But other than that, it's fine. See what Kanan does to figure out Bayard here. He's got him pinned on the back line so that 6 is less useful because you can't retreat out of it. You can see Bayard is trying to guess where Kanan's going to go. With the duck and with the pokes and everything. Kanan goes low. Bayard maybe pairs. I heard a bit of a clink. Just bouncing back and forth, been very patient. And after all that, double. What you gonna do? But he has at least figured out how to stop Bayard's first option, which is the first step in beating him. So now we can get him to the back line again and deal with him there. Well off the ship. However, the ref can only give you a touch if you turn the light on. So if you go off the ship and you hit your opponent and you lock them out on the box, they can't get a touch. Kanan getting very close to Bayard. Finally gets a low line shot. Picking up Bayard's weapon on the way in. That was a nail. It's for Bayard, 40 seconds left. Kanan being a lot more patient now. Not willing to commit to something that'll get him fleshed at. Bayard trying to provoke it anyway. Oh, but he misses it. Bayard tries to go high, misses it. Kanan on the ground and more aware. Gets the reprise out first. Good touch. And now it's 8-5, and all of a sudden we got ourselves a bout. It was like 5-1 or something, wasn't it? Bah. Just remember to turn on focus follows mouse next time. Oh boy. Kanan thought he hit. Lucky he didn't turn around faster. End of the second. Good bout. We've seen Bayard give Kanan a lot of trouble with forcing the timing with that 6 and to flash out as Kanan overcommits. Kanan is taking away with a combination of low line actions and being patient enough to pin Bayard on the back line. But three touch lead, not nothing. See what the third period has for us. Bayard pushing back. Double, which is fine. Bayard being a lot less patient now. No longer willing to be pushed back. Which is going to be interesting because it was working out not, amazing, but okay for him. And I think a lot of people had success this past year by just pushing Kanon and not giving him any space. But I'm sure he's learned how to deal with that by now. Bayard goes forward for a duck and counter, and now it's Kanon's turn to pick him off on the way in when he overcommits. And high. And high. Bayard really wants to touch here. And I'm not sure why. But he gets too close and Kanon flushes in. And now it's 9-8. Very curious what Bayard is trying to do. It doesn't really seem to be working out for him at all. Oh, sorry, been a long day. Oh boy. Long, low foot touch attempt from Kanon. So long, Bayard couldn't even punish it. Smart didn't try. There we go. Now he's given the space again. Kanon knows he's looking for that flesh on the duck. Tries to fake it. Bayard microseconds from pulling the trigger. That was Bayard's third touch, was the duck against exactly that kind of flesh. But he's a little bit more tired now. Can't duck as deep. Kanon a little bit more accurate with the point. Gets out a double. Huh. Another long flush from Bayard. Double, double, 11-10, minute and a half left. There. Push. Gone away from that six entirely. I don't know if he's just tired out a little bit. Wants to change his game plan now that Kanon solved it. But it's not working for him, really. Kanon just gets another low line as Bayard pushes. I think this is about where we were last time as Bayard. Yeah. Kanon gets his 12th. Bayard's still pushing too much, and now he has to. Doesn't have a choice in the matter. Taking a second, refocusing. Speaking of leg designs, I really like Sweden's. It's kind of cool and understated, funky. Kanon flush to the arm, baiting out a Bayard's parry and then hitting it before he can get it. For a solid 13-11 lead, not bad for being down like 5-1. Francis is very boring. Francis leg patch, not a fan. Oh yes, and this is a Jocelyn call we saw before, where definitely a hard hit from Kanon, but it don't look that bad because Bayard jumped. Fourteen 12. Bayard's got to push, and Bayard has not pushed at all successfully ever this bout. So he's going to have trouble. Bayard running, Kanan goes off strip trying to avoid it, but Bayard has already gone off strip first. So and there you have it. Phenomenal comeback from Kanan. Little bit of a fall apart from Bayard. Not sure what he was doing there attacking when he was up when defending was working. I'm going to leave this run and go get a water bottle, but I'll see you back in a few minutes. Got my water. I knew this was going to happen too. Let's go refresh the chat window. All right, 10-8 Terazuma, my one show. Yeah, I'm watching on 1080p. It's just a blurry camera. Maybe I'm not watching on 1080p. Just been a long day. I believe my wine shop is dead. Actually donated to the database a few years ago. As thanks for uploading a bunch of World Cup footage that his daughter was in. Yeah, I think that was probably Maya's. Maya's initially, Azuma misses. Maya has a very slow over the back riposte, but I do think that was her next action. Stream delay a little bit bad. A lot more back and forth in aborted attacks in foil than you see in Saber. Like that one, Maya has no expectation that that's ever going to hit. She just wants to get a little bit more space from Azuma preparing for her defense. Attack no Maya, Azuma goes forward. Maya thinks she got a pair, but maybe she doesn't have video. Maybe this is the same ref who doesn't like checking video. Pair post, but off target. Again, pushing for distance from Zuma. Caught the parry that time, I think. It's so hard to see with this camera. But either way, one late for Zuma gives her the touch. Trying for the back flick. Would have been cool if it landed, but another single light, just like we had before with Arago. Wow, after all of that, no lights go on. Good block out. Oh, nope. White light. Azuma trying for a blocking counter. Wine shop gets around it, but not enough to get a light on. There's the good one. That's a long, low, long waiting scorpion style counterattack from Azuma. From Weintraub. which has priority over Azuma's remise. Azuma sees an opening that, frankly, I can't. There's a speedy little attacking around Weintraub's 4 as Weintraub gets caught in her guard. Somebody went off the ship. Could have been either. So much, you're not sure if it's a camera or lack of a solid background. Yeah, there's so much aliasing going on in the Blades though. I don't even know. Could be anything. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this. Slow march from Weintraub gets the point. Well built attack. Oh, Weintraub really needed that one. Frankly, she's lucky Azuma didn't get the get a light on, a green light on. Weintraub building the attack again. Consistent beats to hold right away. Azuma feeling the pressure, goes for the counter. Weintraub, exactly what Weintraub was looking for. She finishes. Azuma, I know how to pronounce these. It's just a long day. Weintraub again with the right away. And this time just barely missing it over the back. There's not a lot of non-target over the back, so I'm not sure where she hit. But she did. See, halt for falling over, but like, I really feel like Azuma should be penalized for that. Yeah. I just switched the chat to live chat. So all the old messages are going to go, but they should come by now. I didn't switch the chat to old chat. That was a different chat. No, it was definitely because she fell. You could see the like the motion the ref was making. And frankly, I think it's the right call, even if I'm not sure what the card was for. Because she's pretty clearly preventing Weintraub from scoring by doing that. And causing a halt, so... Looks like this is... How do I get... Flesh from Weintraub, I think. There's not a lot of time left on this clock. Kanan did win in the end. He amazing comeback versus Bayard and took it about 15-13. All right. 2 seconds left. Card for false start? No. 1 second left. Weintraub gets the point. I think it's too late. But wow. And what about Azuma Sarah barely squeaking by my one shove, coming back at the end, but not quite enough. All right, who we want to watch in the 16s? Probably not this one. Let's see what we got. Hopefully they're just on the colored piece. Yeah, that was a really great bout, and they look like they're having fun afterwards. Wanchop didn't look too mad. Azuma looked relieved. Cabana Barrel, that's a hell of a bout. They're all hell of bouts. Diveroli Pavalainen. We got two Finns in the T60 in the T8. I guess we're going to the numbered pieces. Veron and Vargas, that's one we just saw. Rodriguez Ciclosi on green. Cabana Barrel. Hero Pavalainen. We're going to watch Cabana Barrel, I think. Because I am a Vanek Barrel stan. That's got to be Rodriguez and Ciclosi in the background. Our green piece. That looks like I can't imagine anybody else that tall. And the guy looks like he's fencing like Ciclosi. Yeah, so big. Holy cow. Ruslan Kurbanov of Kazakhstan versus Yannick Borel of France, originally from Guadeloupe. Borel has taken some time off with ever so many rumors about why. I have no idea what the real answer is. But it was everything from injury to having a baby to other things that I don't feel like saying on camera. As we get a high pressure double from Borel, Kurbanov pulls out a flesh to keep himself safe. If Kurbanov Borel goes to overtime, they should arm wrestle for priority. That might break the venue. Saw a video posted earlier of Borel taking a lesson in sleeveless shirt, and the dude's muscles are enormous. Anyway, Borel back in action for Worlds, just in time to start Olympic qualifications. He's big, he's mean, he's fast, he's strong, he's smart, he's precise. He's been the best fencer in the world before. He might be again. Hard to ever root against him, but Kurbanov no slouch himself with a perfectly timed fast flush there. Turning the back, I think. Let's go back to live just to make sure. Yellow after this spout. Okay. So we're gonna go switch over to Kanan after this because a friend of mine from the SGP Discord is working the strip for Kanan, and that'll be a fun little shout out for him. So they take it outside, and then just an old fashioned boxing match. Out of a third one, going low, high, or maybe even low originally, just straight to the foot. I don't think either one of them has a good enough mustache to do old fashioned bare knuckle boxing. Neither one of those big handlebar mustaches should stand like this and look like a real man. All right. Good counter from Burrell. Not doing too much. He's just pushing, and applying pressure on Kurbanov, hoping to get a reaction from him. And then he does and gets a counter. Wow. I don't know what he saw. Maybe Kurbanov stood still for a split second, but that was a really excellent flush to the thigh from Burrell. I think Kurbanov expected a high action and tried to take a four. And then again to the leg from Burrell. Same place, but on Kurbanov step in this time. Maybe see something Kurbanov's parry. Pull out a steel chair from under a coach and settle it WWE style. Maybe. That would be so funny. Wow. Burrell is just so active with his blade. Kurbanov is starting to fall to be Burrell is so active with his blade that Kurbanov has been mesmerized by it. And that's where that Burrell's fifth touch came in. But Kurbanov is not willing to let him set up for his that time, so fourth one for him. And again, Burrell thinking he's going to get a long sequence. And Kurbanov just goes straight, surprising him. Burrell really amped up the tempo before that last one. Yeah, you could feel it. It was really fun. I'd say we should have the coaches fence if it goes to overtime, but I'm pretty sure the French coach is Grumier, and that still probably isn't fair for whoever the Kazakhstan coach is. Now Kurbanov's trying to set the tempo with the blade work. It flushes in and Burrell just pokes him on the way past. Now we've got basically a high-speed game of chicken as they're both waving their blades at each other, trying to see who jump in, jump out, jump in, jump out. We're in the Bayard Kanon bout. We had big distance changes. Now I've got real tiny ones from both of them, just a half jump each direction. Vera pulls back, resets. Kurbanov goes into 8 for a bit. Slowly, just moving back and forth. Really precise distance changes. Just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. In a high pressure situation, you can usually rely on it. But we get down to the minute break. 6-6, nothing happens. This is high level epee. You don't have any technical mistakes that you can rely on from your opponent. There's no, oh, he only does 6 or he only does 4 or whatever. All you can do is push and hope your distance is right, and then hope your timing is right, and hope your senses are right, and wait for your opponent to just mess up a little bit in a technical sense. Just keep pushing till something breaks. There's no fancy strategies here really. It's just who can keep it up longer fencing at this level. That same low high, that's been 3 or 4 touches he's gotten doing that. Uh, so good on Kurbanov. But if he does it too much, Borrell's going to figure it out. See what Borrell can push out. A lot more blade contact now. 2 up for Kurbanov. He's found the distance, found the timing. Caught Borrell in like a low 6-ish there. See, right now, Kurbanov, I think, has a bit of an advantage in distance. He's got the momentum on his side. He's really gotta push that advantage as long as he can with things like that. That's 3 touches in 30 seconds. That's exactly what he needs. Because if he slows it down and tries to keep that advantage going, Borrell's going to figure it out or change something up, and it's just not going to be there anymore. You got to get everything out of it while you can. Jamming Burrell and going when his phone breaks. Yeah, that's what he's doing. But it's what Burrell's trying to do back to him too. Wow is right. There we go. Burrell gets one of his own back. Can you guys see all the chat messages as they come up? It looks like the bottom few are cut off. As we get a double there. It doesn't look like... Maybe they are. Maybe that's better. There we go. Streaming is hard. Space back in. 2-touch lead for Kurbanov. Remember, we started this period a minute ago at 6-6. Yeah, so there's a delay before they hit my screen, as far as I can tell, because I had the chat window too low. And so they needed to scroll up from another message. Hopefully I got it better now. But I'll slow down the distance, slow down the tempo, much slower blade movement, open up the distance a little more, trying to slow down Kurbanov before he can get the before he can it's while Burrell figures out what he's going to do next. But not that. Kurbanov gets 12. That was a really good flush. Maybe Burrell's a little bit rusty and can only get top 8. Think higher. Not that. Not that. That. Now we once again move to top. Didn't do anything. There we go. I should do it. Looked like Burrell was trying to draw him out and still miss the counter. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. We'll see if he keeps going with that or switches to something else. Looks like he's found a middle ground in between with a little bit of a higher pressure situation, but still farther away. Fencing from farther means Burrell can use his size a little bit more because he's got more range. But we'll see. Remember, we have a whole nother period after this, and I think Burrell knows that. So I wouldn't expect too much more to happen if the last 45 seconds. Yeah, Burrell's just lengthening him out, stretching himself out to keep Kurbanov at distance. Oh, and non-combativity or passivity. But it doesn't matter because, yeah, it's only the yellow still. So, I've not seen many of them. More active draw here may be trying to force Kurbanov into his own timing. Say a little more about that. I'm not sure what you mean. And a double. That's not great. 13-10. I'm not sure who the he is in his own timing that you're talking about. It's 5, 4, 3. Burrell's like, hey, maybe a gift, maybe not. Wow, this is a real slobber knocker of a bout we got going on here. Kurbanov 13, Burrell 10. Hell if I know what to say. Really, really high level fencing from both of them. Kurbanov has been excellent at adjusting to Burrell and finding ways to score no matter what adjustments Burrell makes. Burrell very good to slow down that last minute of that period. Take some time to get to the break. Before Burrell slowed down, waiting for the attack. Now he's accelerating from further away, trying to force Kurbanov to attack only when Burrell wants. Yeah, that seems pretty accurate. I would have phrased it maybe more as forcing Kurbanov to attack only from farther away and not letting him get close enough to attack where he wants. But I think it works out to something pretty similar. That's a really good analysis. Thank you. All right, 13-10. See if Burrell, and there's it goes. Never going to keep the big man down forever. See what Burrell does now. This is really important. Oh boy, 14-12. Oh boy. Burrell will not be denied. Ow! Kurbanov with desperation double pulls it out 15-14. That was insane. That was such a good bout. Burrell's pissed. Spiked his mask. I hope the ref didn't see that. Oh, Hugh O'Brien is the coach. Well done. Well done. All right. I don't know that it's decided yet. This is the first bout in the eight. It might be the winner of this, Canelo versus Cuomo. Now they said yellow pieced. I don't know if that means yellow pieced or other yellow pieced. Great. I hate giving him all the screen time, but we should watch Canon and hopefully take him out. Actually, no, we're starting. After this, we'll check the bracket, see where we're at. Yeah, Minobi won. No. Starting very far apart. Canon on the left and Okin on the right. Nokin looking very relaxed. Canon looking very focused. A little bit of a sloppy, honestly, flush from Anokin, but really good timing to get where Canon couldn't counter. I wonder what training's been like for Anokin, given the massive amounts of unrest and everything going on. And Canon goes forward, jumps back. Anokin steps forward. Easy counter for Canon. Wow. Canon was Absolutely demolished that one. Just big jump in, 6 on the way in, a second big jump in, get the touch. And the foot touch from Kanan. The low high drawer pull. I don't think so. I don't think that was a drawer pull. He didn't go backwards. He just went forwards and then forwards again. Like he wasn't going around a parry. He took a parry. Oh, Noken gets another one. There's a very slow, like lazy flesh. But the timing is good enough that Kanon is just trapped. Also, I don't like the phrasing drawer pull. Um, I would call a drawer pull something. Oh, great duck from Kanon to get another one up. It's a lazy flesh, and Kanon knows as long as he doesn't overreact to it, it's his. Like I would call a drawer pull something where you're voiding space, and that void you create draws your opponent in. Um, not where you just void space to avoid your opponent. Just the intent of it is different for me. But you know, that's I didn't make it up. Sam made it up, and that's what Sam likes to call it. And so I'm not going to argue with all of that. It's not worth it. But it's my stream, so I can say what I want. For those of you who don't know what it is, the drawer pull is basically extend, draw parry, pull back around the parry, and then go again. Which I guess the motion is like you're pulling a drawer. Kanona on a mission as he goes back and forth and back and forth. Hey, 70 views. Oh my gosh. Really good attempt there. I think Anoken just barely got the parry in. King of the Stream is right. I think that's his. I think the ref agrees. I wish I knew who this was. I'd love to give her a shout out. I wonder if Anoken has a coach there. That's the real interesting question. Are there coaches allowed? Is he just hired some random from somewhere else? If he came to you and you were a coach, would you go work for him? I'm not sure I would. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Kanon pushing, going low high again. Anoken staying relaxed, keeping the distance. Just doing enough to make sure Kanon can't set anything up as we end the first period. I think Anoken's got to be. So he does have a coach. Coach also looks very Russian. Don't know. I think Kanon just has to not overreact to Anoken, and I think this is really Anoken's to change. He's got to be a lot sharper. He's relaxed and good on defense and in neutral, but when he's trying to commit to an action, he's not committing strong or fast enough, and it's worked out for one touch, and the rest of them Kanon's been punishing him for. He's got to be really. He's got to if he's going to commit to the flesh, he's got to go full throttle. Run a little bit less aggressive to start the second period. Anoken doing exactly the same, has not changed at all. Nice wide stance. Little searches with the blade, just looking for something. But I think Kanon's decided he's not going to go in for this period. He's not going to try to score. He's just going to let Anoken figure something out. Which is, going to end up in non-combativity soon because Anoken's just not been able to generate much. Even that one was like, Anoken is drawing Kanon in, is not generating any actual offense of his own. And of course it didn't work. There we go. Good sharp action from Anoken to get past the Kanon's duck. You've only seen Kanon lose to people who pressure him. You don't know how Anoken plans to win with a low tempo game. You're right. That is how people usually beat him. I will say the Bayard bout. Bayard was doing much better before he started pressuring Kanon. He was much more active about it than Anoken was. Very, very, very in and out. A lot of sort of high-low pressure changes. But he was scoring off the low pressure, not the high pressure. So that was an interesting bout worth watching. But Anoken's, I really don't think has anything here. I'm not sure what he's going to do. Oh, that time was a drawer pull. And Anoken goes straight instead of trying to parry. Now I think Kanon's gotta sit back again. And Anoken's just giving him space. A really nice low line shot from Kanon. That Anoken kind of set up himself for Kanon as he pulled him so far back. Yeah, it was like 5-1 Bayard or something, and then Bayard started pressuring, and then Kanon won. No, well after. Video. If I ever make the 64s at the World Cup, I'm asking for video. I will almost definitely be down like 11-4, but just for the just for the experience. Grumier is rolling his eyes somewhere. Grumier was rolling his eyes right on strip. He was coaching Kanon there, I think. Oh, interesting. Okay. Nukin has not changed his game plan much really at all. Oh, that's more. Now he's being fast. I was trying to do a little bit more pressure. Kanon's holding distance now. Waiting for Anoken to do another big action like that. One more should see Anoken get hit. Double. Slightly different action. Oh, good one from Anoken. 9-7. Kanon's gotta go back to pressure. Oh, that would have been a really good one. There we go. There's the duck. Would you like to check your blade a third time? (10-7), a pretty comfortable lead. 30 seconds left in the second period. Oh, another try for the drawer pull, another fail, and Noken gets a touch. But honestly, like, that was a gift from Kanan, and that was a pointless gift. Because you could have just let time run out and saved 30 seconds. And now you're going to have to do that anyway with with one more point for your opponent. Seven, six, five. Noken has a defense since you have to touch blades to avoid non-combativity. Uh, yeah, 10-8. Should have been 10-7. I think Kanan got what he wanted, which was to break Anoken out of his comfort zone. I think Anoken was a little bit more successful with it than Kanan thought. And I think if Kanan now switches back to the original strategy of higher pressure, it will maybe not. Kanan should probably start applying more pressure, but still wait for Anoken to come in. I think that's the sweet spot for like his 9th and 10th touches. That was how he got them. And Anoken needs to be comfortable applying more pressure. And honestly, Anoken won the second period, even though Kanon is still leading. So Anoken just has to keep being sharp when he does stuff like that. And the ref has great hair. Well, I don't know. Sure. Double ducking from Kanon. If only you could tame your Sonas. We should give out awards like this. There used to be a blog called Fencing Fashionista that did exactly that, where they would go rate fencers' fashion, funky socks, interesting patterns, cool jackets. Maybe Kanon's willing to double out now. I'm trying to see. Nope, that didn't do it either. That didn't do it either. I have messed up my chat. All right, fix it after the bout. Focus on the fencing, Scott. 12:10, a minute left. But I'm trying for a little sort of a baby drawer pull. Better than nothing. Noken finally starting to try something, but Kanon just dodges out of the way. He doesn't need to commit. Anoken looking one more time. Kanon sees it and goes right under it with a really nice flush. Halfway through the third period, 13-11. I'm kind of expecting two more doubles to close this out. Or a single from Kanon with a six. Ducking six. He retired recently, but there was a guy who did hair reviews for the teams who made it to the state hockey champs. That was really good. Um, yeah, I could see that. That sounds like the kind of thing that hockey players would be into. I'm gonna refresh the chat real quick. Finokin just switched his blade. That was too little, too late. Hockey players are known for having really good hair. My cousins are hockey players and they had like long, shaggy curls. Like, when I was growing mine, I looked like that for a while. It was so cool. This is a loud venue. I don't remember any venue ever being this loud before. Holy cow, this must be so cool to be there. Yeah, I think so. That's probably the first one. Kuno's got to close this out. That's not really a touch you should be giving up at this point. All right, let's see what Kuno can pull out here. Probably another duck counter to the foot. That's my prediction. And Loken finally looking like he has some energy in his fencing. Finally, like he's going to get something, going to go out and get a touch instead of waiting for it to come to him. Oh boy. Kuno's really regretting that 10-8 touch he gave at the end of the second now. See what we got left. 17 seconds. There we go. Oh, don't be crude. Well, that's the last Russian out. The only Russian out. All right, we were going to check the podium. I know where it is. I can type. I should go play fantasy on the fencing database starting next season. Lots of new leaderboards to compete to. Okay, we need the. Okay. Cuomo Kakao is at 7-7 on the red piece. Canal. Oh! Cuomo trying for a ducky kind of a thing to get Kano to overcommit. Kano gets it. Got a lot of time left though. Kano doing it again. Cuomo doing it again. Kano not having it. And there it is. 15-13 final. This is better than it used to be, I think. Go back to it. This is better than it used to be. I don't think they used to have the boxes around the bout, so you couldn't tell whether, like, you looked at Towers fencing Cuomo or Freilich. That was a spicy touch. All right, Freilich ripped apart for Zhao. Saw that bout. That was the opening with that bout. Then lost to Cuomo. Cuomo closed one with Sertic. And just 15-13 now against Kano. Burrell beat Vismara 15-14. Svensson 15-10. Close one against Kurbanov. Flavio Gianotte, big upset here against Bardenay. And then another one against Quion. But finally lost to Koch here. Rodriguez taking out Cohen. Baran. And then getting mollywopped by Saklosi. Shocker. Kanaan versus East, surprisingly close. Kanaan versus Bayard, 15-13. Kanaan versus Anokim, 15-11 now. You want to say any current intern would design better than this. I will say, brackets are hard to do. Because they're so wide and most design is very up and down. We saw Kurbanov. Kurbanov. Okay, so that's what they're just uploading now. All right, we have the top 8. The Varoli, Lamardo, Voronin, Finn versus a French Hungarian team kill, and Kurbanov versus Cuomo. Okay, 8 fencers, 6 countries. Not bad. Not bad at all. This part's pretty bad, where they don't, like, it just wraps around to a different bracket and you don't know what's going on. And if there was repechage here, I'm terrified to think how they would design it. Terrified. I have no idea what that would look like, but it would not be good. Alright. Lee Kiefer and Sauer. Lee Kiefer was the heir apparent to greatest women's foilist after Vitaly. Vitaly retired, and Kiefer's like, yes, I will take that crown now. And she has just been dominant ever since. If you did not see those old bouts, Kiefer versus Vitaly, I highly recommend you check them out on YouTube. Ann Sauer has been making massive waves this season, going from strength to strength. I forget who the other good German woman's foilist is, but she just overtook her recently. The inline to live feeds, I am sorry to tell you, is not to live feeds. It is to the scoring machine display on that site. It is not to the actual video, which is why it's not good. Kiefer goes forward. Kiefer misses, but she's firecracker fast. Look at that. Look at that. That's insane. Wow, okay. I actually thought Kiefer stopped in between. But maybe they thought Sauer didn't take over at all. That's a tricky call. Kiefer gets a third. I don't have the bout on screen. on. Thanks for letting me know. That should do it. There we go. Now we're full screened. The very rare body cord bind that you're not going to find in your classical fencing books. Welcome back to Double Jeopardy. Kiefer, slow, building an attack. Sauer trying to sneak one in there. Give herself a little bit of distance from Kiefer. Kiefer off target low. Somehow going from over her shoulder to finishing under her opposite hip, because that's a normal way to score, I guess, when you're Lee Kiefer. And not in a bad way, that's just really, really fast. Nope. Finally, a counterattack from Sauer gets a late on 5-2. Gets another one. 5-3. By 4. Sauer getting a lot of the singles now. Kiefer finally stops the attack. Builds one of her own. Very, very nice little stop and go action there to throw off Sauer's timing. Fast start, aborts. Throws in a funky slow step footwork pattern. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Just to get herself in position to score. Lee Kiefer also, I believe, in training to be a doctor. Or possibly that's her husband, Garrick Meinhardt. Or possibly both. I think it's both. I got a second wind now for streaming. Feeling more awake, which probably means I'm going to crash as soon as the finals are over. Oh, good counter again from Ann Sauer. Ooh, and a good counterattack from Kiefer. Sauer building the attack. Kiefer at a distance. Sauer not ready to keep going forward. Good stop hit from Kiefer. Good flick from Kiefer. Just over onto the shoulder there. And Sauer's comeback has been held in the cradle. What's the phrase? Has been killed before it could even get started. I mean, he got started, but not quite. Say this for foil. They both are, but Lee is a year or two farther in her studies than Garrick. That should be a halt for off the ship. Lee Kiefer, also the politest fencer on circuit. They've got to be, anyway, they've got to be almost done by now. Because I'm pretty sure they were going to retire after Rio. Because of med school. Oh. Lee Kiefer hunting with her point. Nipped in the bud. Thank you, Xander. Cradle was just too dark, but I couldn't think of something else. Lee Kiefer hunting with her point to slow Sauer down and then commits to the counter when Sauer stops. Remember the battle days 5 years ago when you weren't allowed to reverse your shoulders in foil? What a weird rule. Well, what a weird 2 year period, and they put it right back. It took me forever to remember what the rule was. Off target from Kiefer. A lot of, like, most of these attacks I really think are just for distance. Oh, interesting. Counterattack there. A few years ago, that would not have been called. You have to fix your hair. In foil and saber, your hair cannot cover the lame because you're covering target that way. How do you retire after their performances there? I mean, go out on top's a great way to go. They probably took 2 months and were like, what do I do with all this free time? Which nobody in med school has ever said before. Good finish from Kiefer. Gets in close enough, Sauer can't get the point off target. Kiefer pushing forward, waiting for Sauer to come in. Sauer's not doing it. End of the first. I don't really know foil. I'm just having fun. But good fencing all around. Good counters from Sauer. Good distance control from Kiefer. Lee Kiefer is an absolute wonderful person. Great representative of the sport. Good to see her still competing at such a high level after all these years. I think she's been on the world stage as long as I have. I don't know. Having to do training for Tokyo and COVID was mentally hard, but that may have played into the original decision. Like, kind of. Like, you're basically quarantined with your training partner for them, so you never know. And they probably did form like a bubble with Alex and Greg and Sabrina, that crowd. Lee Kiefer's brother Axel's also no slouch himself. So they are the ultimate power couple. It's really cool. Oh, she got it on. I don't know how, but that was ridiculous. Other popular fencing couples, Manon Brunet and Balade Piti are two top-level saberers who are married. Isor Tibus and Tibu and Race Inbudin, who is now retired, were top of the line. As another great attack from Kiefer, just speed control there to throw Sauer off. A bit fast, slow, fast. Now we got slow. Sauer's just not willing to attack Kiefer. Kiefer's got her scared. Oh, not a turn. Should have been a call for turn, but very borderline. They both have to put the light on. They are the sweet power couple. I don't have Instagram, but what was there was really nice. Who's gonna flinch first? That little section there. It feels wide distancing. I've always thought of foil distance as being closer than epee distance, but they're really hanging out at like an old school epee bout distance. They're just barely cross tips. We're coming. I was gonna say we're coming close to non-combativity, and we kind of still are. But what lets you set the clock for foil? Good counterattack to save the touch there from Sauer, timing out Kiefer. Fourteen-seven Kiefer. And that 4-0 run in the first seems just like distant memories now. These 15-7. She admitting if she can ask for video. I think it's got to go to video anyway. These just is terrifying because she's got very short legs, but she's super duper flexible. Cuomo, Kurbanov. Who do we want to watch, chat? Men's epee. Table of 8. Does not auto refresh. There we go. The Veroli Lamardo, Canon Voronin, Closi Koch. Going once. Going twice. Ciclosi. Yeah, I was leaning that way too. Because team kill. It's always fun. I am not offline. Therapist Piece 7. My poor computer. I should go buy more RAM. As soon as I get little bit more money. More RAM of the more RAM of the little treat. It'd be fun if we get the closely canon again. Man, we're creeping up on 100 views soon, which I think be a record for the stream while it's live. That's really impressive. Of course, we have been going for almost 3 hours now. What? I guess I did briefly lose internet. Sorry, chat. Don't know what happened there. All right, I'm sure these two know each other very well. Um, Not a lot going on in the first period. This may be the first P card we see, first opening P card we see. Neither one really willing to commit to much, just slowly working their way down the strip. I do really like the Hungarian mask with the pointed triangles, with the sort of skewed stripes like that. And I'm a little bit surprised Sikosi isn't wearing one. Oh, already we got more aggression. I really feel like fencers are now treating that 1 minute as just a field period, sort of a mini first period, and then afterwards, whatever happens is enough to go on. So closely trying to find the blade there. See what we can get from Koch. Koch keeping it at literally arm's reach, with a full extension there, and just using his frankly phenomenal blade work to get around it. Oh, good! Wow, really surprising good touch from Koch. I thought he missed and was stuck, and so close was going to get the parry, but he manages to find a way around it on the foot or like the side of the leg. And that's why you skip leg day. If you remember way back when we talked about Tristan Shapari and he was losing to Minobe because his arm was far out, like Koch is doing. Koch is doing it, but Koch is doing it better. Because Koch's blade work is better, so he's doing it knowing Sikosi is going to look for the blade, and then just avoiding Sikosi looking for the blade in a way that Shapari just wasn't able to do against Minobe. And also, he's not trying to do actions with it. He's trying to bait Sikosi. So Sikosi's mask does look kind of new, but it'd be very surprising for him to order a mask without getting the stripes. Maybe he needed to buy one at the venue, but that would be even stranger. There we go. Koch waits, and waits a little too long. And Siklosi gets the touch. 2-1. You can see a lot more active in that first minute. Siklosi gets him pinned down on the backside. And then his own equally incredible blade work disengages the 8 and gets a touch. Sort of a boom. I guess he would do a boom like that. Sometimes I forget other people are right-handed. It would just be very surprising to go to Worlds, especially as a sponsored fencer, and not have a mask you knew was going to pass inspection. Is the only thing. Leg day sucks. I want to skip leg day. I did leg day today. Squats, leg presses. So my hair is still wet. Gym, shower, stream. What a life. The problem with watching live is you can't skip the dead air. Oh wow, so close to trying to start off with the fireworks going high-low. Just pure aggression. Koch does not expect it. Siklosi's fencing has also always felt more adaptable than Koch's, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him pull ahead. Well, 2 touches right away pulling ahead. I don't know much about Koch's fencing, or really, I guess I do know Siklosi's better. But I don't know much about Koch. I've seen him, in the occasional random bout, but not enough to really study him. Good counter there. Siklosi just not quite deep enough on the lunge. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your hip issue, and I hope you feel better. I think you are feeling better, but I hope you get a full recovery anyway. Um, this extended arm, I'm still thinking about the closest adaptability versus Koch. This extended arm that Koch has is really limiting a lot of Siklosi's options. And I think that's going to therefore limit his adaptability. We might see if Siklosi can figure out how to deal with it. And taking over at that point if Koch can't adapt anything off of that. But it's a weird enough strategy that I'm almost thinking he's developed it for Siklosi. So at worst, you can jump back to his normal fencing style. Which I really, I don't remember watching him fence recently, but I don't think it's this. Impressive Koch got the double out of that. Another late hit. Where most fencers wouldn't be able to pull that off. Still, 5-6, basically even at this level. Good counter from Koch. Just really so close to trying to find the blade and go, and Koch is getting around it just in time. He always fences similar to this. Okay. Good to know. Let's see what we got then. More active with the arm now. Now he's sort of like defaulting to out and then pulling it back when Siklosi comes forward. Whereas before he was pushing it at Siklosi. And there's another good counter from Koch, taking almost looked like a 7. Which is a weird parry for Epee. Really, period. To take the lead against Siklosi. I blinked and I missed it, but it looked like Randy Flesh from Koch and Siklosi just ate it up. What he builds his game plan around? Well, it would have to be. But, he's gotten back to even again with Siklosi and even ahead. So I'm not sure what he's trying to do after that. Just managing to keep Sikosi at deep distance. Taking a risk there. Not even going to say it was a bad one, but it doesn't pay off for Koch, and Sikosi takes the lead. I feel like most of Koch's touches have been off Sikosi coming in and not being deep enough. And the ones where he's given up touches, like the last two especially, he's been trying to generate his own offense, and it hasn't really worked out. I have got to stop kicking the camera. All right, 7-8. Sikosi, despite leading, needs to either commit harder or start closer on Koch. He needs to figure out a way to get around that extended arm, and Koch needs to be a little bit more patient on when he attacks into Sikosi. I'm not even going to pretend I can say it right now. See what we got. Push with the arm. Sikosi trying to whap at it. Low extended arm like that is an invitation. You could kind of compare Koch to an outboxer trying to limit his opponent's vision and options with a forward guard and pick them off early from distance. The problem with that metaphor is that I do not know boxing. So I will trust you that it's right. Single from Koch that I got distracted by from the stream once again. Wow, that is the third time he's gotten that low flush shot and timing out to close his preem, which is a touch you never see somebody get. That's really impressive. No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't know all sports, and I'm not going to turn down your knowledge just because I don't understand it. I think it's totally fine, and I'm happy you said it. And I fucked it up once again. There we go. I fixed it. All right. 10-9 Koch. Another really good flesh. I guess that was a third option I didn't consider, is that he's found the timing now for those attacks. Sikosi's really got to figure out how to safely get into distance here. Koch is not letting him. There it is. Honestly, that was like a slow lunge from Sikosi into a remise. And so the slow lunge meant the counter from Koch missed, and then the remise hit. I don't know how much of that was intentional, but it was cool to watch. Yeah. That was Sikosi seeing his advantage and just taking it. Going low. Fast feet from Koch to jump out. Sikosi's still looking for the blade. Oh! Sikosi caught flat-footed. Just focus on the blade. Koch takes advantage of them flushes. 40 seconds left. 12-11. Sikorsky tried to set it up that time and get in the flesh himself. Pulled the double out of it, but that's a pointless verging on Koch's advantage. Another. Wow. Koch has really found the timing on this counter flesh. And Sikorsky is out of options and out of ideas. And he's not. Really, really well done bout from Koch. I did not think he'd be able to pull that one off, frankly. But phenomenal use of an extended guard that you just don't see anymore. Nice to see their friends. I like that. I appreciate that. This is probably Koch's last Olympics. So it's really nice to see so close to be so supportive. You don't ever see anybody fence with an extended on guard like that. So it's good to see. So it's interesting to see how well he makes it work. You need to fool Koch into thinking he's fully committed before he actually is and pick him off when he tries to capitalize. He did that a couple of times. And then Koch just found the timing better. I'm not really sure how else to put it. Looks like this ship is over. That's red 2. Love a team hug. Oh my god. I could see Ciclotti was so proud of him there. Was so happy for him. That was phenomenal. You love to see it. Great sportsmanship. Here we are. Why is it his last Olympics? I think he's old. I'm frequently wrong about this, but I think Ciclotti Koch has just been around for a while. And so the Olympics are like a really common time to retire when you're older. Cuomo equalizes. Very nice. I don't know this for sure. I'm guessing. Pure speculation. Fast double. Cuomo is doing his usual jump in and hope for a reaction. But that time he thinks he won't get one. Go straight. Kurbanov also goes straight. And Saber, that would be called simultaneous. I mean, not anymore, but like it should be. No. He's one of the youngest on the team. Why am I so bad at this? How long has he been around? Oh, that didn't work. Another double that looked like a foil action. I hate the FIU website. Can't see it on off screen. He's 23? Good grief. Good grief. That's why. Because I probably heard of him first in 2016. And I didn't realize he was 17 when he did it. And so I just assumed he's been around for like 8 years. Because he's been around for like 8 years and just started as a teenager. I thought Ciclotti was a young guy. Hey, we broke 100 views. I think that's a record. Oh, what a wonderful attack from Kurbanov. Sliding backwards off balance, just barely enough to get the parry in. And then just barely balanced enough to get the counter as Cuomo throws himself forward at him. Cuomo has no chill. Phenomenal bout by Kurbanov to finish it off. Great last 3 touches. That's another surprising one. Cuomo's really good. Sikorsky is, he's 25, but Sikorsky I knew was a young. I knew Sikorsky was young. That's terrifying. The whole Hungarian team is young as fuck. That's horrifying. Everybody should be trembling in their boots. If Koch is this young and Sikorsky is this young, and I don't even know who the third guy is. Probably you do. Who's the third? He's also that young. A lot of the overall field has been getting younger and younger. A lot of the old guard has retired. And so it's just a new cycle. I believe now we move to the finals piece. Oy. And I will take a short break. As soon as this page refreshes, and I can put on some video for you guys to watch.
And she took out the world number 2. She powered through Romanian Caligurianu in the quarterfinals.
Andrasfi and Nagy. Wow. That is a stacked team. And a stacked team at 20s is phenomenal. Hungary is going to be a keeper for a long time to come.
Semi-final, world number 6, the 21-year-old has taken 2 World Cup titles this season, plus the European silver medal. Italian number 3 and the world number 4, Alicia Volpi, 31 years old. She's ready to rock and roll, that is for sure. She got a gold at the World Championships in 2018 in Wuxi, a silver in 2017 in Leipzig. She's had a cracking season herself.
Alright, half the time I mute this mic, it doesn't come back. But it looks like it is.
She is the world number 1. She is the Olympic champion from Tokyo. She got a bronze medal both in Cairo last year at the World Championships and way back in 2011 in Catania, the last time the World Championships were held in Italy.
Thinking about the Hungarian team, David Nagy, Tibor Andrasfi, Thomas Koch, and Sikorsky, just absolutely going to dominate for ages. Man, but if Koch is so young, why is he fencing so strangely? Who's his coach?
So the semi-finalists from the second match disappear through the doors that they came through, because we are almost ready now for the first of the women's foil semi-finals at the Fencing World Championships in 2023. Ariana Errigo, the left-handed world number 23, ignore that world ranking, it's a bit misleading, goes up against the world number 6 and teammate Martina Favoretto.
Awesome. Yeah. I had to go check my OBS broadcast.
So here we go. Errigo takes on Favoretto. This is a big ask for Martina Favoretto, but youth perhaps is on her side. Nothing to lose. I think the expectation will be that Errigo will be the favourite for this, but the very knowledgeable crowd inside the Miko Arena here in Milan know what they're talking about and will be equally supportive of both fencers.
Oh, I don't know. Interesting question. I'll ask around, see if I can find somebody who knows.
Mohamed Fajani gets the match underway.
There we go, taking.
Minutes to decide who's going to make it through to the women's gold medal match in the women's foil competition at these World Championships. And
By David King.
landing a remise of the attack, but it's all about attack for Errigo.
Okay, no, we're just muting. Yeah. All right. Ergo starting strong, hoping to establish dominance in the bout. Has yet to go backwards, really. She's taken right away the first 3 actions so far, and gotten scored once, 1 off target. Yeah, everyone else on the team fences in a traditional Hungarian style, so I don't know. Maybe just taking the Tim Morehouse route and embrace the strangeness. Yeah, Tim Morehouse only has 1-0 and more. That's something you'd see more in America, with a bit less of an established style and a bit more scattered coaching. I don't feel like Hungary has very centralized coaching trees. Oh, we are live. So I'm actually, but now that you say that, I'm wondering if he actually fences or learned to fence outside of Hungary. I could see it being a like a Kanan situation where he learned in America, or if he like spent a lot of time in Italy, like Susie Scanlon, I think her name is, from Sika, not Scanlon, Sika, from Great Britain. It feels like if anyone would have fenced like that and be able to train somebody like that, it'd be the Italians. We have muted my competitor commentator, who is probably going to mute me in return, but that's a future problem. Trip grounding errors. Sometimes you just get the Mavericks who find their own thing and force the coaches to deal with it. I guess. I don't know how you would develop that, though. No. Either way, like, he clearly makes it work. He's clearly got the technical chops to make it work for him, and the strategy to back it up. It's an interesting question. I actually have a friend at Worlds right now. Um, Maybe I'll ask him to ask. Armors also do not get enough recognition for their work. That is true. If only they weren't so crotchety all the time. But I think they enjoy being crotchety, and I'm not gonna tell them no. That's an illegal glove. There's a hole in that glove. You shouldn't be using it. I'm actually surprised that they didn't catch that. They usually check all the equipment before you go to the semifinal strip, final strip. People still just now filing in. I think they must have had reserved seats for those first 3-4 rows. Armorers do a lot. Setup, tear down, strip maintenance, weapons check, equipment check, repairs on site, which has been, I feel like every fencer should learn to do their own repairs. But for, young kids, parents shepherding 3 kids, if you're in a rush because you're fencing and you can't repair your own stuff, absolute lifesavers. That's so many earrings. You happen to know very nice and not crotchety armor. I guess, I get yelled at once because my mask was smelly and they sprayed Febreze in it, I think happened. That was funny. Oh boy, you're getting serious now. Breaking into the repeater lights. And if you want to learn how to do armory, it's really not complicated. And there is a guy on YouTube. Icon has the armory. He's known online as Purple Fencer, and in real life as Sam. I forget his last name. But he's one of the best armors around right now, and he has a lot of really good videos on YouTube asking, explaining how do you rewire foil, how do you rewire an epee, what does this thing do, what does that thing do. Worth checking out. While I fill this dead air, I also like to shout out Slicer Saber, who actually invented the fantasy concept that I have stolen whole cloth and popularized and pretend it's mine. But he came up with the idea, he popularized it, he did a bunch of the early promotion for it. He ran the first instance of it to make sure it was a viable option. You should go check out his channel too. He's got a bunch of really good Saber videos. Sam Signorelli, thank you. You're right. Thanks for reminding me. Signorelli, Signorelli. You should buy a bottle for Bees Phoenix Armory Check. We should buy it as a water bottle, like a spritz bottle. And then instead of spraying the masks, if somebody comes in with a smelly piece of equipment, spritz them like they're a cat. And then they'll learn not to do it again. Who else? Nova Saber puts up videos. I'm in their Discord. That's a fun, chill place to hang out. Sydney Saber Fencer, one of the OGs, has not put out a video in a while, but they had a lot to deal with down in Australia. But they have lots of highlight reels. They're the ones who inspired me to start making highlight reels these many years ago. They have really good explainers of Saber refereeing and Saber right of way, which is simple enough. You can take the basics and transfer it to foil if you need just an absolute simple explainer. Who else does fencing YouTube? There's the Fencing Brothers, but I haven't really watched their stuff. Cyrus of Chaos, of course, I'm sure you already know him. You give them the disappointed mom face. That's terrifying. I would never want to get a disappointed mom face from you. So earrings say SM, and the M is for Martina, which is her first name. I wonder what the S is for. I honestly cannot recognize these fencers with their masks off. I I think that one is Ariana Erigo, but I don't know. And she looks very young to be Ariana Erigo. I think this is Erigo. I wonder what the so then that she doesn't have any SRM in her name, and I wonder what the initials are for. Yeah, that's there you go. I'm like pretty face blind, so. And of course, now that I see this, Martina has her name on her mask, which is convenient. Although neither one has a painted mask, which is interesting. I wonder why that is. All right. Attack left. Yeah. 2-0 for Ergo. Oh, I didn't even notice the nails. That's right. That's really cool. Yes, the young one is not Ergo. Thank you. Single life from Ergo, still refusing to go backwards at any point. Check out her shoes, by the way. Now that I'm off fencing topic, I'm never going to get back on it. She's got two different colored shoes. It's pretty cool. A red one and a blue one, and then the white in between, I guess, is. Or that could be green. Like a red one and a green one, and the white in between for the Italian flag. So patriotic. Off target. See, no backwards. Uh, she missed and she just decided to start remising instead, which is weird for foil, but she's just hyper aggressive right now. Yeah. She's going backwards like 6 steps. She had so much more ship to work with before she committed to that counterattack. You saw Ergo when you first started watching fencing back in 2015 at Worlds. Cool to still see people like her, Kiefer, and Carlin still tearing it up. Yeah, absolutely. Talked about how much we're fans of Lee Kiefer already. Olga Karlin, Ukrainian saberette, who is phenomenally good. Great old bouts with Mario Zagunis of the U.S. Great bouts. Those are always slobber knockers. Oh, blue on the inside, red on the outside. You might be right. Oh yeah, I can see it now. Okay, well, that's still a cool pattern. Everotto gets one back. Frankly, off a miss from Arago, which did look like the blade bent. So okay, not a red card for Arago, just a miss on the stream. Good strong attack from Favoretto off a slow advance from Arago, so that's hers. Favoretto started with her to win, then immediately gave it up. Misses her post, and Arago goes off target. Another off target, but she's really pushing hard on Favoretto. Just no give at all. I don't think they've ever been in Arago's side of the piece hardly at all. Oh, not even really backwards, but not a forward, which counts as a backwards for this bout. Arago stops, waits, takes the parry, but Favoretto gets out of the way so fast. Oh, good blockout too. Arago is giving Favoretto no space to breathe, but Favoretto is making it work anyway. Finding the distances and the timing she needs. Off just going backwards faster than Arago is going forwards. But straight attack there from Arago to 6-4. 7-4. Another good attack. Not a fan of the Italian pants logo. It's like the most boring thing you could possibly come up with. Like your boss says, "Hey, we got to turn it in 5 minutes." Like, shit, I got it right away, sir. Attempted counter from Favoretto. What looked like it was going to be close has been now nipped in the bud. Well, not yet. You go back and forth. I mean, this is pretty clear to me. Favoretto goes back. Arago searches. Arago continues and Favoretto counters. Looks pretty obvious. But I guess that's why I'm not RF, because they overturned that call. Techno again, I think, from Arago. Favoretto finishes. And temporarily, we've equalized. Both stop, both go. Favoretto more committed. Yeah. Tight call, tighter than it would be in Sabre. But that's what I get out of it. Yeah, attack off target. Wow, straight miss from Arago. Keeping the pressure on. But Favoretto's dealing with it phenomenally. Blocking counters. Yeah, that one's there. He goes to equalize again. 8-8. We got ourselves a bout, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Slow attack from Arago. Nothing done. Favoretto somehow manages to miss her own counter and then is just overcommitted and can't get it. Once again, Favoretto finds a single leg on defense. I don't really know enough about foil to say why, but unless she just keeps blocking the blade out with her arm and her own blade. And again, this is like that was Arago's right of way again, and again, Favoretto finds the timing for the counter really good at that time, but getting that many even is phenomenal. At this time, Favoretto tries to get right away and it goes horribly for her, which makes me think she'd be fencing épée, because at least you don't have to worry about that. No, try to get tricky. Missed the counter. Maybe not tricky, maybe just desperation off that. When she missed the counter, she knows she's not gonna be able to get away. Oh, that would have been really good. Just off target though from Favoretto. Right of what? Yes. Point in line. Smirk of approval from the crowd. It is a blockout. I'm just surprised that Arago hasn't been able to angle around it. Is all it is. There can be super subtle manipulation of foil, body manipulation of foil because of the target area. Yeah, um, that's true. As we get a body cord clip switch, I just like it's surprising to me because I don't really understand it or how it works. Ooh, that didn't look good. Oh, a bit of a mask to mask kiss. We've gotten into Arago's half of the ship for the first time this bout. Off target. Some of them have been great time when Arago is not ready to finish. Absolutely. Oof. Martina could get a few more of these on target. This would be a very different bout. And she's just trying to find some way to get her point on. And there it is. Parry from Arago. Queen of Italian foil. And knee bonks. Knee bonks are scary. Masks have a little bit of padding in them. Oh, once more, teamwork. Sportswomanship. Amazing. Knee bonks are scary. Good for Arago. Who's our second semi? That was on the back of the neck. That's a weird place to hit. Lee Kiefer with her hair back. Volpe? Volpe. Yeah. Hand off of pain meds to Arago. I would not be surprised. Knee bonk, no knee bonk. Face bonk, no face bonk. It's a long day, and she's. I'm not gonna say she's old until I check her FIE page because I get burned one too often. Um, the Kiefer patented hopbacks. Okay, so Arago's 35, which is old enough that you start needing pain meds at the end of a tournament anyway. That's not unreasonable. Kiefer just missing the counter, but does it good enough to throw Volpe off target. Volpe, that again, those fast first couple steps I think we saw um, from Arago, just to establish right away and then go down. Counter from Kiefer, Volpe finishes. That far extended arm is really a Kiefer trademark. Oof. Kiefer took a little bit too long to take over, and Volpe takes a 3-0 lead. Good quick parry from Volpe. Kiefer tries for the quick, cheeky little remise. Volpe still manages to finish. There we go. There's a single light from Kiefer. I don't know who that is. Not sure who that coach is. Kiefer not looking quite as sharp as she was in her quarterfinal. There we go. None of these are official hand signals. This is not a hand signal. This is not a hand signal. I don't know what they're up signaling, except Kiefer got the touch. I missed the semi name pop up for both of these. I was looking at chat. Oh, good signal from Kiefer. Now she's starting to find her range. I think her coach's name is Abashidze. He's an Egyptian fellow. Attack no, counter attack arrives. Good touch. Coaching from the crowd. It's probably your dad. Okay, so the light just didn't work right. But apparently that was Kiefer's touch. I thought it was one light for Volpe. That is one light for Volpe. Kiefer, good attempt at a back flick, but just lands flat. Not sure. And then Volpe tries the same thing and also lands flat. Oh, good touch from Kiefer. That extended arm, same thing. It's like this and this and this, and then she just goes. And she's so much closer than you think she is. Her post 7-6 Kiefer. Pulled it back. Almost wasn't even paying attention. Another one, close the distance. I think she blocked it out with her foot. Just because her tip was so low. No. Just caught her with like in a jounce or something. Kiefer doing fancy blade hook. Volpe goes, but it's still think it's Kiefer's touch. I think it's spelled like it's Abashidze. I've seen like posts about it once or twice. Abashidze. Building the attack, building the attack, building the attack, building the attack, building the attack. Finish. It's my call. Touch left. Touch left still. But this signal is usually the signal for changing the call. So I don't know. Jeff's got weird hand signals. Yeah. So like I said before, Kiefer has to find the timing for the counters, and now she's found the timing for the counters. And I don't know what Volpe's going to do about it because this is not my weapon. But there's probably something she can do. And I believe that she'll find it because she's very good. There it is again. As Volpe is waiting, and Kiefer is like extending her arm low, like she's trying to sneak it in there. And then Volpe's waiting, and then Kiefer is getting a little touch there with the hand, and it's no, that's Kiefer's because Volpe had the initial right of way. Volpe missed the attack. Volpe missed the attack, and so Kiefer gets the right to riposte. Yeah. Kiefer's countering, Volpe's attacking, and so Kiefer gets the right to riposte. Oh, but she's saying the first one. I don't know. I don't like that call. But again, not my sport. I mean, my sport. This is not a hand signal. Good grief. Another off target from Kiefer, but still winning the action, which is important. That one I think was Volpe's. Which the way it's working is, and this is Kiefer's last replay, I think. Kiefer missed her counter. I guess I'm not sure about it. Because if they both miss and then they both go, um, I think that's Kiefer's. Maybe that's considered attack riposte. Like attack is no, counter attack is no, remise arrives. Maybe that's what the call is. This one I think was yeah, it was Volpe's touch. Single late. Weird low angle actions. I thought there was something weird about what I was saying. And I guess that clarifies it. Attack is no, counterattack is no, remise arrives. Oof. Volpe draws within one. And we're still in the first period, which is insane. Very delayed scoreboard, but single late for Kiefer. A little bit more of a buffer. Yeah, that's she wants it to be a feint, but I think that's too big an action to be a feint. That's an attack. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right about it being attack no, counter no, remise arrives. Trying it again, another single light, but this one's off target. It's starting very far away. That was weird. Great single light from Kiefer. Gets Volpe unsure of what she's doing. And then finds the timing in her step to get the counter, the squeeze, sort of a spinny, squirmy counterattack to take back the 2-point lead. Kiefer on the attack. Misses. Lucky that Volpe got off target there. Nothing off target, nothing done. A lot of the fencing like it's the third period. Attack left. Attack right. I knew that was attack right. I meant to say attack right. Bad riposte. Yeah, we've equalized with 30 seconds left. Coming down to the. It's not even coming down to the wire. It's the first period, but it feels like it's coming down to the wire. I don't remember. Oh no! Misses the back flick again. 14-13. This is a great comeback from Volpe. Amazing that nobody hit there. Volpe comes forward. She pull it off? Ref says yes. Wow, great bout. Excellent comeback from Volpe. That was a really well fought close bout. They do not fence for third at Worlds. Only for teams and the Olympics. That's a cool intro for the main Kinlands. I assume they do the same thing for all of them, but it's still cool. Arrigo versus Volpe is also going to be great. Yeah. I'm a little bit worried Volpe's going to do to. Lanky dude. Chunky dude. This is a loud crowd. It's a lot of people there. And they all know fencing. There's a big crowd in Budapest because there's a Hungarian fencer on the finals, but as soon as she lost, everybody left. Davide Di Veroli is somehow 21 years old, which is insane. I don't want to be that guy who's old and complains about how young everybody is, but wow. All right, Canon, sponsored by Decathlon. All your discount sporting needs. They have a fencing uniform. I don't know how good it is, but it's probably not what he's wearing. He's got Davide has a Kappa patch on. Forget what they do, but they're famous for that logo because everybody thinks it's a naked woman, but it's not. It's a man and a woman. All right. Got a flashy Italian versus a flashy Frenchman. And actually spent quite a bit of time in America, did Ruben. Doing that cheater step where he swings his leg back. Trying to flush forward into Di Veroli's step forward. Di Veroli misses the first. No, he doesn't. but sees it coming and gets a flick on the arm to punish it. Flush from a bit out of distance. Wow, Kanon going low, high, but forward the whole time. That's an athletic touch. That's really athletic. And then doubles it because he was out of distance. Which is why you don't see people doing that much besides the lack of athleticism. Another deep foot shot from Kanan. I wonder if he's trying to set that up again. I don't know if it's working for him. Tries for the counter, duck and counter. A lot of pressure from Di Veroli. Now he just releases. And then starts looking for the pressure again. Kanon finds the time in that time for the flush on the. Kanon wants a second step forward and find it. Does sportswear and apparently also emotifies Kappa. Yeah. Because it's a meme. Oh, really good touch from Di Veroli. Kanon going low, high, trying to keep it safe. And David just sticks his arm out, finds it, and just pokes him on the wrist as he's coming up. Again, slow pressure from Di Veroli. Okay, medium pressure from Di Veroli. Release. Everybody's too athletic for their own good, and they go high, low, high, low, high, low, whip past each other. Kind of a Randy Flesh and Di Veroli, just trying to keep Kanan honest. Kanan's fairly honest. Gets his arm for the counter. See, this is how you call for a halt. You back up and keep backing up while you wave your hand for a halt, and then you get a halt. You don't just call for a halt and then let yourself get hit and then complain about it. Wow. I'm not even sure what to make of this one. Kanon technically headbutted Di Veroli. Probably hurt Kanon more than Di Veroli. But, oh hey, not a raised finals piece. What genius, what brilliance. On the piece still, I count that. His right foot's still on. Yellow card, probably for the headbutt, which is fair. Clearly accidental, but you can't just not card that. France Pants logo also very boring. Sounds like the kind of thing you can make for 2 minutes in Photoshop. Yeah, I mean, the wide enough to not be an issue is what I mean. They're not gonna run, not gonna take a step off the side of the piece and fall off. Kanon threatens forward and David jumps like a rabbit backwards. And then threatens low and David jumps like a rabbit. Oh, with that time. Not sure what Kanan was thinking there. Because he clearly misjudged the distance. But maybe he wasn't expecting the flesh. He was expecting him to stay as a counter. That could be it. Switching blades by Di Veroli. Interesting. I don't know what the deal is, but usually you only do that when you're down or it breaks. Everybody thank your sponsors, Toyota, Bank, police. I'm not going to shout out the French police. It's Italian police. Facchetta Rosa, I don't know what that is. I don't know any of these sponsors, but check them out if they're relevant for you at all. Broke his blade. Oh, he broke the blade. I missed that. Okay. It was definitely an awkward hit. And end of the first period. Definitely feels like a Di Veroli show, even though it's only 5-3. What do we got? We got cartons of water for some reason, which is weird. That's weird, right? That's weird. Carton of water? That's weird. All right, back to the fencing. Di Veroli. Honestly, it feels like they both have each other's measure, and they're doing their things, and Kanan's getting the hit a little bit less often than Di Veroli, but not by much. Maybe Kanan could stand to be a little bit less hyper athletic aggressive on the long attacks. That's probably been his worst actions. But they have game plans and they're executing them. That's how fencing works at this level, is execute your game plan. They both know each other very well. Neither one of them is new to the circuit. They both had a lot of success. Kanan does it again. Di Veroli is rightfully annoyed. But Kanan is lying on the ground in pain, like his leg cramped. Although he's kind of turning into it, honestly. Coconut water comes in cartons. Okay, but like, why though? Is coconut water a thing you would be drinking at a sporting event? Does it have like electrolytes and stuff? Canon cramping, I think. So long as they're not hydrating out of like a shoe, you're not going to judge the vessel they drink from. Um, Funny story about that. We used to have like a water bottle in the shape of a football shoe, like a cleat. And it was really cool. And then one day I brought milk for cereal to school, and then I forgot about it and left it in my backpack for a month, and then it exploded, and that was the end of that. Overheating too, that was like a cold compress. Oh, that looks so painful. I hate when people touch cramps. I mean, like it didn't look like a shoe because it wasn't hollow, but it was for being I think a sheet of plastic. It was pretty obvious. You know, pretty good. My 8-year-old memories. I got a thing of Gatorade powder. You can buy like a big jug of Gatorade powder and you dump it in your water bottle and shake it up and get Gatorade. It's so much cheaper than buying the bottles and it's really good. I got it. I went through the whole thing in like a month. Ruined the backpack too when the milk exploded because we couldn't get the smell out, and that was really really disappointing because I really like that backpack. You noped out of the manufacturing industry. Okay, so that's interesting because I actually thought this was the thing you were drinking, and not a thing you were making. That's a different perspective on it. As we wait for, yeah, I mean, no shot. Kanon gives up now. He's gonna fence on half a leg if he has to. Now stretching it. Full knee bend. That's a good sign. Back up. Zipped up. This camera giving me motion sickness. I don't even get motion sickness. Zoom out a little. I wonder what that thing on the ref's hand is. Maybe it's the timer for the 1 minute shot clock. None. What are none tablets? I feel like I've heard people like Cat Home is selling those, but I don't know what they are. All right, so Kanon's definitely kind of shaky. Also got a red card for the second head ram, which is fair. But definitely a lot of shaking, definitely a lot less bend in his back foot. I wonder what the temperature of the venue is like. But you know, passive Kanon is still a counter-attacking force to be reckoned with. Not easy to get in on him. Especially when he can jump backwards off his front foot and be fine. Wow! He gets it that time. He was too fast and ran into the counter. And the first time, and this time he's slow enough that the counter actually misses. Diveroli reacts too quickly. At that time, though. I think this, like, I hate to say it, but I don't think Kanon can make this comeback with one leg, which is unfortunate. But, you know, it's what you get for something that high energy of style. Still, you know, can't do it. Good eyes open premier post from Di Veroli as Kanon runs past without a headbutt this time. Numb does sports hydration tablets and energy gels. Are they cheaper than just a bag of powder? It might be worth looking into, especially if I can get them from like iHerb. The trick here for Di Veroli will be not to give Kanon not still it would be to still respect Kanon. Like he can do stuff like that now because Kanon doesn't have a back leg. But if he's not careful about it, Kanon's just gonna find counterattacks all the time. You grabbed it because it didn't have Powerade, Gatorade options. Okay, well, it's cheaper than just a bottle. Still might be worth it because I can only get the powder stuff in the States. See what iHerb has. Yep, another counter from DiVeroli because he's got no push left. Now he got a bunk on top of it. No idea if it's cheaper, just what they had, and you impulse bought it. Cheaper than bottles. Well, thanks for the tip. I'll check it out. Canon on his last leg now, not even his last legs because he doesn't have a right leg. DiVeroli just gotta put him out of his misery. Let him get to the massage table. Just trying to hold DiVeroli at distance, make it to the third period for the moral victory of hey. Fast flush from DiVeroli, 6 seconds left. DiVeroli wants it and gets it. Well, started out as a humdinger of a bout. Kanan got injured. You can see he's in pain. Already headed off. I got yelled at by a ref in like a pool bout in a local for taking my mask off before he called the bout. And here we are, fucking semis of the world championships. He's taking his mask off right away and nobody cares. God. Some people have like an ounce of power and abuse it so hard. Congrats to DiVeroli on Glenn Kurbanov. Absolute brick of a man. Yeah, local refs can be real uptight. I have stories. And I'm not going to say it now because this isn't Scott complaining hour, but uh, yeah, local refs. Yeah, it's probably the power trick one. It's all right. Pretty sure I got like silver at that tournament. Probably didn't. Probably went on the second round to somebody I should have beaten. What usually happen in those little ones. But I didn't really understand fencing until like 2 years ago. All right, here we got that extended arm again from Koch Kurbanov. A lot more steady, it feels like, than Sokolosi, but honestly, overall, pretty similar. Looks like he's reacting a lot less to that extended arm, which could be good. Koch goes low. That's right, you are a whiskey person. I forgot. We're talking about, I think we talked about Japanese whiskeys once. Oh, good counter from Kurbanov. Powder to post ignores all of the provocation from Koch. Waits till he goes just clean, 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 clean. See if he lets it go to his head. Whoa! Kurbanov's so strong he flipped Koch accidentally. That's insane. Oh my god. I think Cook got carded for that interaction where he got flipped over. Just adding insult to injury. Oh, good counter from Koch. Sir, this isn't swing dance. So an Indian whiskey at a new to me store. That's pretty good. Send me the name. Maybe on like Discord or something so I see it later. All right, 2-1 for Cook. All right, Kurbanov calmed down again, but now he's got a one-touch deficit. Um, just waiting for Cook to come out and passivity. Just two very patient fencers waiting to see what happens. Kurbanov is just hanging out there on the left. And then Koch is hanging out there on the right. We've got end of the first. Kind of a boring, low-scoring bout. Not much to say here. I don't really understand Cook's game. Except he's using his arm as bait, I think. And Kurbanov is not buying it, which is basically Kurbanov's game. Because it is, I'll say this for the arm, it does seem like it really makes your opponent play your style. Maybe somebody like Nunn could get away with doing a lot of low actions, but that just... oh, that was really close. Kurbanov flat on top of the mask. That would have been a big change. Yeah, going low seems to be the thing to do against that because it's a target that's more open now. Kurbanov opening with a bit closer distance to Koch. It's probably Cook. Cook goes low, Kurbanov goes low. Cook comes in, Kurbanov counters, 2-3. Just a gift. Like my coach says, it's a gift. Kurbanov flushed off the line, hoping to see if Cook is asleep at the wheel in the semis of the World Cup for some reason. I don't really know. That could have been a really crucial touch. That one there, that was the gift, and then the one where he hit flat on the mask could have been really big difference. I would be 5-3 the other way. Or I guess 4-4. 4-3. Oh, parry, and then I think the disengage, and then the disengage misses. Yeah. He's just so fast with his hand. He got 3 parries out there. That was 6-2, 6 again. That was fast. All while Cook is flushing and disengaging all of it. Kurbanov being a little bit more active now. No longer willing to sit and wait for Cook to come at him. He's starting to push a little bit, see if he can break open Cook's defense. Which is scary, because I think is what Cook specializes in, is getting people to come at him. Yeah, and then things like that happen. Put a link and short write-up on the whiskey into the Discord. Thank you so much. Kurbanov starts pushing Cook, and then Cook gets an easy counter because that's Cook's whole game, and then Kurbanov has to do it again. I think that was another lucky one for Cook. Kurbanov did manage to draw out the counter he wanted, and then whiffed the riposte because he had to like weird around Cook's blade, but Cook's remise counter got in. And that's bad news for Kurbanov. We got a lot of fencing to go still. Cook sponsored by PBT. I think it's a Hungarian brand. like that backpack. Another counter from Cook that we missed most of because I have an article on writing the 10 Commandments of videotaping fencing. And if I wanted it to be a little bit less serious than it was, number 10 would be don't fucking cut to um, slow mo replay while there's fencing going on. Ten four. This is one of the really good features of Cook's game is that, oh, as Kurbanov gets Cook to commit to a parry, um, like way low, and then goes around it and hits the touch. The more you feed into Cook's game of defensive counterattacking, the more you have to attack into Cook's game, and the better it is as a defensive counterattacker. Things like that just wouldn't have happened in the first period because it was tied up or Kurbanov was leading. It's so precise because you want to be able to draw out that action from him. So you draw the very edges of distance. But once he's up 6 touches, now now he's just not going to react until late because he knows you have to come to him. That gives him a huge advantage to do things like that. And now it's 2 touches left. And once again, nobody hits. And Cook gets another leany kind of a flesh. Van Hyde disengaged around, and that late hit he was getting so good against whoever it was in his quarterfinals, Siklosi. Mostly infighting touch by Kurbanov, but I would trust him to be able to do those regularly. And so that's probably an action he wants to try to get. But defensive counterattacker Cook it's going to be very hard for him to get in. And he's got to get 7 touches now before Cook gets even one double. Of course, he's got touches to play with. But if he keeps doing that, he's not going to. He's not going to have anywhere to play with. 9-14, a lot better than 7-14. 10-14. Cook has lost all of his patience. He wants this so badly. I don't know why. It's like obviously I've never been in anything remotely resembling this situation. But Cook's really got to slow down and play his game that got him to 14-7. Like this. Yeah, there you go. The extensions and the backs, and there it is, 15. Really, really good fencing from Cook. You can see he's got built a complete game plan around this one action of extension, this one prep. Really good to see. All right. We have, I believe, based on yesterday, a break and like a performance and stuff for the finals. So let's see what we get. Should get dinner. I've not eaten yet. It's so late. Oh, they're announcing the finalists now, so I hope you didn't go anywhere. Take bets on how long it'll be for Ergo to go backwards into her, past her on guard line. She was just absolutely relentless in that semi against Favoretto. I guess yesterday was the opening ceremony for the whole games, um, not just for that day. That makes sense. It goes forward. Volpe finds the timing, gets a single. It's like David King has infected me. I'm using his phrases. Awful. Remise from Volpe. Remise from Volpe. That's all I got. Parry, off target. Basketball players have it so easy. They just play by play, pass, and then something happens and they can comment out it or react. But they have something to fill the dead hand with like passes and stuff. All I got is like advance, retreat. It's a lot harder than it looks. Still not as hard as David King makes it look though. Looks like Arrigo goes a little bit faster. And it looks like the ref agrees. Arrigo taking over. Long lunge, mostly for distance. Attack arise from Volpe disengaging around the parry. And we are parry post from Arrigo. We are 2-3 with 18 seconds gone. Whew. This isn't your grandfather's foil. Oh, great counter from Arrigo. Volpe Arrigo almost takes a step backwards. Volpe just absolutely starts building a march. Great stop hit. Attack off target. I think Arrigo was looking for line. Maybe just to get Volpe to stop on the line. Simultaneous. I don't remember what the score was, but I think he called it simultaneous. This is such an awful camera angle. Single late from Volpe. Not really sure what happened because we were all looking at Arrigo's butt, which is not even like a sexist kind of thing. It's a really awful camera angle. Rigo trying for another counter. Does get Volpe to stop, but Volpe stops because she's going to pick up the blade. Picks up the blade, and then goes off target. And goes off target again on a failed back flick that went to the shoulder. Counterattack by Rigo. Wow! Attack no by Volpe. Counterattack arrives from Rigo. I really thought that was Volpe's attack all the way through. Single A from Marigo to take the lead. One of the great mysteries to me of foil is both fencers come off the line and then stop for like a moment, like a boom, boom, and then one fencer will take right away, and then the other fencer will go backwards. But I don't understand how they decide that. Is it? I don't really get it. There we go. Fall short. Hopes to get another counter off a Volpe March. But Volpe picks up the blade again. Not again, but picks up the blade with her hand, which is a novel way to parry. And then preems in. Takarigo. Volpe wants a replay for something, but I'm not sure what. But that was pretty clearly Takarigo. Yep, Takarov's. Wow, single life from Marigo. I'm not sure. That almost looked like Volpe's attack. But maybe Volpe was trying to do that same stop parry that she's done a few times. And Marigo saw it coming. Single life from Volpe almost looked like a bell to the face. Maybe like a blade to the mask. Kind of just filling it out and reading the other person's body position. It's much harder to see from the side. I would believe that. It's got to be something about body position, psychological, and what kind of what you look like you want to do. I just don't understand it at all. Like if you get Lee Kiefer on here, he'd have like a whole 10-minute spiel on what it means to why one person goes and one person doesn't. We would all love to hear it, but I am not at a level where I can get Lee Kiefer on my stream yet. Although, if you're watching Lee, let me know. info@fencingdatabase.com. Love to hear from you. Volpe off target, kind of a sloppy attack, just trying to move the distance out, not much happening. Parry riposte. Parry riposte. Good riposte too, because that was the preem riposte, and then the preem over Arrigo's blade, like a coupe, kind of a weird action. Volpe gets out of it somehow, and then walks right back into it. Good. No, the first set was good, and then Volpe's kind of walks into it, and Arrigo's waiting for her. Arrigo's, see, great. We don't have a raised piece anymore, so Volpe did not get hurt. Arrigo's refusal to go backwards, except when she has to, seems to really be confusing people. It's really cool. It's like, I'm just not going to do that. I don't, fencing conventions change, but that really looked like Arrigo's to me. Back off target. Pretty similar to the last one. Maybe Arago goes a little bit sooner. And switching foils. Also seems like Arago is taller than most of her opponents, and you can get away with trying to intimidate them with that. I mean, like a little bit, but they're all like squatted down and on guard. So you're not seeing much. Like it's not that big of a difference. It's not like they're fencing Malice Emily Watson or anything. Go ahead and enter my reach. Yeah, but like it's foil. And in foil, it doesn't even matter if you get hit because you just finish your attack. You have like half a second. Yeah, attack off target. There you go. Trying for the blade. Falls back through a counter, but Volpe finishes. Both go, both miss, and then Volpe finds off target. There you go. Pushing, getting very close and not finishing. Opening up the distance now more. Volpe saves herself just barely. As once again, we open the question of if you go off your opponent's side of the strip, what's the call? If you go off your opponent's backline, is Volpe takes a 2-touch lead. A great blocking counter, exactly what we saw Favorito do so often. Yeah, I thought that one was Volpe building, not Volpe, Erigo building her great attack again. And then once again refusing to go backwards. Causing problems for Volpe somehow hitting a power of Erigo's at hitting a stationary opponent is the hardest thing you've ever done in fencing. She's just so good at picking her spots. Single from Volpe back up to 2. And it's maybe the really nice cream flick. We may be once again ending the bout before we end the first period. There we go, off target. Another in that relentless series of attacks. But Volpe once again finds the timing for the counterattack into that attack. Causing all kinds of issues for Arago with that. It does look like Volpe has this one figured out. 5 touches is a long way to go in foil. Yeah, that's attack no from Arago, and then counterattack from Volpe. Parry post, and congratulations to Alice Volpe, World Champion 2023. Let's hear her celebrate.
But in the end, the rightful winner comes through. Volpe was just a little bit sharper as the distance remained close, and she's taken the title on a genuine celebration.
More good team in sportsmanship. Sportsmanship. I love it. All of these team kills are just so happy for each other. It's phenomenal.
Massive story for her. She's going to be all over
Right back.
here in Italy tomorrow. Stefano Cerioni, the returning head coach of foil in Italy, celebrating with the pair of them. What a return to international competition from the silver medalist from Cairo in 2022, Ariana Errigo. She's done it again here in Milan, but all the stories tomorrow will be about Alicia Volpe taking the world title for the second time here in Italy. Congratulations from the president of Italian fencing, Paolo Azzi, for the champion. And the whole team are down there to congratulate her, all of the coaching staff in foil. And take a look back at the beautiful para riposte to finish things off. Perhaps the simplest hit of the entire match, a nice little cart riposte, and the emotions overwhelming in the end for Alicia Volpe. So there she's done it, Alicia Volpe, confirmed as the women's foil world champion of 2023.
Walking around early yesterday morning, and these two kids were going to school. Parents were walking them, through the neighborhood to school, and right outside, one of them sees the other, screams his name, runs over, gives him a big hug, and they put their arms around each other's shoulder, and then they just walk like that the rest of the way to school. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen, and I was smiling for the next 2 hours. It was amazing.
Safely say that the referee for this gold medal match is Dila Turdikulova of Uzbekistan.
All right. Changing of the guard here for the Epee World Finals 23 and 21. Not that either of these are new to the circuit at all.
World number 2. Top world number 12. Hungarian likes to keep his arm out.
All right. David Diveroli of the incredible flick point control is one I would expect to be able to pick apart Cook's extended on guard, simply because he can get his point to the wrist from so many weird directions before Cook can react to it, and safely too. These are the friendships you strive for. Me too. I love my friends. They're the best. Oh, yes. Fast parries from Diveroli, faster than I think possibly other people.
He launches fresh attack. Diveroli just keeps backing up.
Venue so loud, can't hear it.
Hits with a counter.
See, that was a really important early touch for Diveroli, because it gives him a lot more space to work with. He got now 2 touches to work with before Cook can sit back and relax. And now Cook is pushing on him, which is probably well out of Cook's comfort zone. Oh, yes. I saw that one from a mile away. Di Veroli caught him in four, missed the four, but still managed to hold on to the blade. And then spins around for the preem. There it is in four, misses the four, holds on to the blade, gets a chop down his arm. And now it's two, and it's very early, and we've seen Cook come back before and make adjustments, but this is he's got to be way more patient and not push a Di Veroli like that because it's just not his game. It's not the game we've seen. Very close fencing. Very, very close. It's probably to the Italians good. Cook wants to keep the distance away. Oof.
Holds off that flush attack.
We're muting. Forgot to mute. Third one for Di Veroli. 3 minutes in. 1 minute in, 3 touches. 6 flick. Yeah. That flick in 4 is like the most modern touch. Di Veroli does it. Jonathan Cohen from Israel does it. Bia does it from France. Just that's your instinctive counter, and you can get it from so much closer than you think. It's really good all-purpose touch. Plus, like your opponent's whole torso does, so it's hard to miss. You got like a straight line down the arm all the way into the torso. Cook gets one there with a flesh, but he's maybe that'll be him calming down now. We'll see. And remember the ice cream? That was good. Get more of that. I've got Cook a little bit calmer. Starting to find the times when sticking his arm out draws a reaction from Di Veroli. And dealing with it after that. Di Veroli, not going to bite though. He's a very patient fencer. Oh, good touch from Cook. Di Veroli does not quite far enough back. Kind of lulled him into false sense of security. End of the first. 3-2, but like a dominant 3-2. Although Cook's making the adjustment that he needs to by keeping Di Veroli farther away. See, Leland on the Discord is saying that a closer distance favors Di Veroli, and I agree with that. So it's good to see Cook making this adjustment. One, two, miss one, then the miss two, and then here is the preem. Oh my god, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours already. It's another full day's work. I am probably not streaming tomorrow. I'm so tired. Glad I got this one in though. This has been a fun one. Xander, thanks for your comments. They've been real helpful. Appreciate them. Took pushing again, but now Di Veroli's just almost started in that distance. Came in off the on-guard line to get close enough to be able to defense at a close distance without having to deal with Cook's threats. And there it is. Di Veroli closer than Cook wants to be. So Cook is trying for the counter, but because the distance is so close, Di Veroli scores and Cook can't get the duck in time. It's fast. I think they backed off on it a little bit. But back when Marco Fichero was fencing, the Italians were like tip over Bellegarde close all the time. I was just there on guard, and this is so Di Veroli is very comfortable at this distance, and Cook just, you know, he's when referee fronts it closely, he would stick his arm out. Oh, good touch from him to use his bell guard to keep Di Veroli away. Yeah. If you remember when he fenced so closely would try to find the blade, and Cook would just disengage everything. And now we see Di Veroli making clean blade contact consistently. And I just don't think Cook is prepared to really deal with that. Oh, except Di Veroli goes fast. Cook ready with the counter, and now we've equalized. Oh, and wow, that's three in a row that Cook's got with that long lunge. He's got and now he's got the lead, and so Di Veroli's early advantage has gone completely, and now he's got to push on Cook. Though I'm not sure Cook will change what's working. Di Veroli's got to be he's got to look for the pairs a lot more, I think. And Cook's coming in, find the blade, and then wait for your opportunity. Or just let him miss. That works too. Duck it. I'm not sure the duck mattered. Maybe it was off to the left. Cook pressing. Not Cook pressing. Di Veroli pressing the blade. Wow! Cook knows he didn't deserve that one. He was like, "Thank you, God." Just barely far enough to reach the mask. Lucky touch, but sometimes when you're close to the match, a bit of luck is all you need. Di Veroli getting close, but now he's scared to get too close because that's when Cook is so dangerous. I think Cook just lulled him into a false sense of security again. Like we're seeing a lot fewer distance changes from Di Veroli. Just Cook is so static. There's that four again. Di Veroli managing to not get too close and keeping quick press on the back line. Yeah, see, flicking four. That's how the cool kids do it nowadays. I think Bia does it. As I say that, it's a little bit weird to think a French gripper does it, but I really feel like I've seen him do it. Ten seconds left. Nothing's gonna happen. Wow, we got ourselves a bout here. 6-6. Good adjustment by Cook to get the fleshes in when Di Veroli was close. And then that last touch, the sixth touch by Di Veroli is his adjustment that he just made, that he's got the whole third period to work with, where he is this consistent with the blade contact going forward and then release, but release going backwards. It's impossible to say. It's really annoying, surprisingly annoying with these replays that they don't have the lights in the mask. I wonder if the system wasn't working or they don't have the cache for it anymore. But it's yeah, that's what Di Veroli's got to do, is that press release and then release both blade pressure and footwork and open the distance, so that when if Cook tries to flush again, Di Veroli is already going backwards for it off the release. It's when he releases, I think, and he's staying there, that it gets hit. As he switched off blade pressure entirely, or Cook's just wow. Okay. Shout outs to Cook for acknowledging that touch. That is sportsmanship. That is phenomenal. That was immediate. We know we've had grounding issues before on this strip. So yeah. But now he's just very far out, and he's still managing now to slide around the blade pressure from Divaroli, where Cook is able to slide around the blade pressure. But it looks like Divaroli has found his way in far enough that Cook isn't comfortable doing a full extension anymore, which is probably important. He's getting into more of a Heinz-Uri on guard, like way out like this. Divaroli going in with those fast flicks we talked about way back at the beginning to see if he can get something. But we're expecting a flush from Cook any second now as Divaroli gets closer and closer. And Cook gets closer and closer to the back line. But I think Divaroli knows what's coming to him. That's why he's been releasing pressure so much. Non-combativity. Love to see the sportsmanship. Absolutely. Pressure and so now he's finding the blade with that press. But it remains to be seen what he does with it. I think it's just a false pressure to release him pulling Cook. And a halt for passivity. I thought the last halt was for passivity. Maybe she missed the timing? I don't know. I would be very like so Divaroli is number 2 in the world, which means he came in with a higher seeding. I guess we can't get to P Black, but if we did, he would win. Cook again, just with that extension, letting Divaroli get very close because he knows if he's too far away, especially with Cook with Divaroli already on the blade, he's going to get parried. Oh, but this one Cook says he got. That's too close to call. I honestly could not see it. It might have hit the edge of the foot, might have not. I don't think this video is going to be any better. Oh, okay. So that one does look like it hit. That one looks like it nicked the edge of the shoe. Maybe. I wonder if the grounded ship's light reset the shot clock. Maybe, but she called it sooner, not later. And like you posted the rules in the Discord. A floor hit's supposed to reset the shot clock anyway. Yeah, I think that's good enough to call a touch, especially when you see Divaroli chuck the floor and it's not grounding, and it's grounding. Now Divaroli's on a mission, which is great for Cook because that's where Cook feasts, is when people come at him, and he can he's doing this. He's lulling the VD into a sense of security, and then, like, he's gonna go poke and then nothing happens, and poke and nothing happens, and poke and oh no, there's a flesh. Yep, 8-6. I am fucking around with my light. There we go. Good enough. Got 5 minutes left. He really is just not even. I'm not sure what he's looking for anymore. But he's not getting it, and now it's at 9-6 and 40 seconds left, and he hasn't gotten anything. I think he might be so tired he doesn't have anything. This is what this is kind of what FA 2.0 2.5 talks about, is your Olympic touches when it really matters. So Divaroli is just tired and tense and really needs to score. So all he's got is what he has. Oh, but that was phenomenal. David pressing. So yeah, this is the Olympic touches when it's, whatever David Divaroli's best action is, that's what he's going to be using now. And it's going to be a very good action, but it's not really set up to deal with Cook's game. As you can see right there, as that lead that Divaroli had at the beginning was so precious. Although that's another way to do it, is he gets Cook off balance and you can never set up. Card for false start? I guess not. Card for false start. Now you got to do it. Yeah, card for false start. This is the most Cook has moved ever. The fastest he's moved ever. So good on him for keeping up with Divaroli there. Turning the back. Oh, they're giving it to him. Interesting. The video going back, taking the FA with him. Oh man. If anybody could make this comeback, it would be Davide Divaroli and those Italians, but 5 seconds and 3.14 seconds and 2 touches. I don't think he's making it. Yeah, that's it. About over. It is insanely cool to see both of these guys in the finals, and I'm really happy that the sport is so strong in the future. It's not just a bunch of old guys. And he gets one more with a half second left. Amazing. And time. Congratulations to Matthew Thomas Cook on winning gold at the ripe old age of 23. Congratulations to you, sir. You fenced phenomenally, taking out just an absolute murderer's row of Ciclosi, Divaroli, Cuomo, I think. And we get the congratulations throw. The men and the women come in. And it's over for Divaroli. Congrats to him too. 21, that's a pretty good way to go. All right. I'm going to sign off now. Thank you guys for joining me, and I hope you all have a good day and happy fencing.